Cool. And we are live.
In front of
And
a live studio audience.
so, yep, all two of them.
Ray. Well, I mean, you're technically an audience member. Wait.
I would not be an audience. No, that is not accurate. Maybe when
If I brought my
maybe when I
cats
watch
in, you'll be more.
when I watch the VOD afterwards, then yes, I would be correct, and you would be correct in assessing that. But no, I'm not an audience.
Hmm.
In any case, welcome back. It's just gonna be for the most part just the two of you until our third clown arrives. But I figured we can kind of go over what we did last session and kind of pick up from our little dial back that we did, which was the meeting with Eris. So let's go ahead and get started with the recap. I distinctly recall only a few things, but I know we did more. But one of the big things was Yasha getting his gun.
Yep, Yasha
Uh,
has a gun.
Yasha has his gun with his blade attachment on it that pops out. Um,
Yep.
and yeah, so he visited Weston while you guys were out doing the research. Was this? I believe this was also the session where Mordorin was looking into the history of
Yep.
the sea fort
Mhm.
and how's super freaking old, essentially.
Yep.
And the other thing about it is that it was in a lot of battles. And at one point, parts of the fortress was constructed by the Bastion Order, and in fact commanded by the Bastion Order when they were fighting the pirates, I believe.
Yep.
And it was also the site of many big naval battles. But one of the big ones was when they permanently knocked out the pirate fleet back when it was an actual large combative fleet that was actually picking fights with other navies toe to toe. And in one of those big battles, they had the Bastion Order Knights basically square up against their, one of the largest parts of the fleets that the pirates had amassed, and they managed to defeat it. You learned a bit about the Iron Drake, which was the, one of the first Brosnov wonders that helped in a lot of these major battles. However, it suffered critical damage in one of these great battles, I believe, against the Bastion Order, and it was forced to dock into the island's harbor, and basically just saw the rest of the battle from that harbor. Just continued fighting from there, and it was after that. There's no real records of what happened with the ship outside of they just docked it and left it. But you do know some certain facts about the ship itself, that it is, for the most part, pretty much automated. Like, most of the ship's crew, it basically does 90% of the ship's crew's work. And so it requires a very, very small number of actual crew members while the ship kind of does its thing. Also, another interesting note that you may or may not have picked up on, but I'll go ahead and give it to you. But basically, the ship's got really long-range guns, which is why it was able to fight while docked. Basically, they were, while the ship was knocked out and unable to continue fighting in open waters. The fact that it was able to just kind of sit in port and just kind of blast away kind of shows how impressive this thing was during its time, at its peak, basically. So yeah, lots of interesting things from there. You know that the island fortress was a constantly changing fortress that oversaw multiple reconstructions and changes and improvements, and it's basically got about 4 generations of changes, essentially, 3 or 4. Um, and on top of that, the last major battle, which was against the Bastion Order, left it with one permanent, basically permanent structural damage that the engineers have not been able to completely solidify. So it does have some weaknesses from the last major battle, which was like about a couple centuries ago.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's basically been it's the conditions of which are, you know, dubious at best, but it's safe to assume that if nobody's gone out there to fix it now or back then, you know, they probably that hole in the wall, so to speak, is probably still present. The best thing that they were able to really do was kind of cover up that structural structural damage, but not really fully like close it off and repair it. So it's structurally compromised in that sense. What else were you able to gather? Shoot, I'm trying to recall the other information you guys had gotten. I think that about wraps it up. It used to be a hotspot. It used to be a hotspot in a big major trading lane, but nowadays the island kind of sits solitary, away from trading lanes for the most part. Errant ships will sometimes wander in its direction as a result, but typically ships that kind of go there, like ships that kind of end up there, are going there on purpose. So yeah, it sits near some of the small series of chain islands, and I think I shared with you guys that it's believed that the Tetsu Slayer Force guys are basically like stationed on those islands, and then they're shipped off to the prison to serve their time there as guards. I think that was the one bit of information you learned about the Slayer Force.
Mhm.
From previous sessions, you guys do know that the Automata are the garrison of the prison, and that they're the main garrison. They do have Tetsu Slayers, and those guys pretty much attend to the Automata. But for the most part, most of the island's garrison comprises of these like, I wouldn't consider them sentient, but coherent wood and metal robots, or more like dolls, really, that are armed and dangerous.
That sounds alright.
Yeah. And I think that's about everything. In terms
And
of...
we and don't forget about the book that Lamine got to read.
Ah, yes,
Also
Lamine, you've
very
got your
important.
steamy romance series. And then,
There's just my
Mordorin,
fail.
you've got your Book of Wars. Basically a summary of all the wars.
Mhm.
So, both of you have both
These
very
more
interesting
parts,
reads. What's up?
Only one of them is actually relevant to what we're doing, though.
Yep, it's the steamy romance. No, I'm kidding.
No, that's like in like check back at like episode 83.
Well,
It may come back later.
I'm thinking I'm gonna gauge it about maybe 47 to 52. That'll be my guess. Anyways, whoever decides to fact check me on this, down the road, whenever someone decides to go through like all 600 freaking sessions of this, you know, I guess we'll wait and see for someone to come up and be like, hey, you were off by like 2 sessions.
And I'm so sorry. It took us 100 sessions to get outside of Brosnov.
Yeah. Well, in any case, nah, you won't get it. You'll be done. I'm planning on getting you guys out by like 40, somewhere like it's not gonna happen before 40. That's the realism.
Yeah.
That's the realism of it, given the pace and
Mhm.
vastness of this place. But somewhere in the 40s, I'm planning on bailing you guys out of Brosnov.
Yeah, 2040. You heard it here first.
Exactly, 2040s. You'll see the rest of the realm. Right now, we just have Valvadiri, some of the neighboring areas, and fucking Brosnov to a T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't even gone to the Old Kingdom yet.
Nope.
Nope.
Anywho, pain aside,
Here's something Lumine wants to do. We can possibly get weapons there that will make it less annoying to fight in bounded fields.
fighting in bounded fields is very
We can get
annoying.
weapons that are immune to bounded fields.
Yep,
That'd be nice.
such weapons exist.
You know, actually, that's a great fucking question. Is there a bounded field in the prison?
No. That's kind of a given.
Yeah. I never asked, but I assumed that was going to be the case.
That's the one safe assumption you can make, is that there's not likely going to be a bounded field there, mostly because the bounded fields are a recent addition to Brosnov, and setting up a very complex system like that
On an old ass fort?
on an ancient fort is a little bit redundant.
You don't
Yeah.
really need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an old prison fort out in the middle of nowhere, almost 2 days away from anything. It's like, look, if someone actually gets out and survives, I think they've earned their ticket out of that island. So, no, the bounded field would actually be a damper for the guards there. So, it's highly unlikely that there would be a bounded field, given the well, I mean, as everyone's kind of more or less mentioned, the impossibility of already trying to escape Black Rock Island.
Yep.
Anyways, finishing off this recap, Eris. You
Yep.
guys met with Eris and
We did.
got to talk with her. Kind of learned a bit about her. She's the descendant of some of the most badass pirates to have ever crossed the Corsair Crossing and back.
Oh, yeah.
And she herself is also a renowned badass of sorts. And you've learned some of her exploits where she kind of more or less mutinied her own fleet, or I guess her own ship, and has done some businesses of smuggling and other shenanigans with Brosnov. And she knows a thing or two. And through some conversation, coaxing, and not a small amount of gold, you were able to hire her.
Yeah, but she thinks we're. I'm sure she thinks a lot about. She thinks a lot of things about us. Right?
She's got a number of things on her mind regarding you guys. One of them thinking that she doesn't really expect you guys to, show up. And she's gonna be like, okay, well, I just made money off of these guys for this down payment they just made.
Well, be prepared to be surprised.
Yep.
Just confuse you more.
Yep. In any case, yeah. We dialed it back in case there was any future questions regarding Eris, her background, anything she may know, anything you would like to tell her or would like to know from her.
Nope. I'm Gucci. Meow.
Oh, you're your cat. Okay. Lamine, did you happen to have anything you wanted to know or tell or say or do regarding Eris?
I'm pretty sure anything that we might have wanted to ask. I don't have anything in my notes that are like that, so I'm gonna say that I'm good.
Okay.
Like I did put in the notes, just in case we need to remind that we are going to like rewind a little bit, but I don't have anything in particular that actually
Nope.
involves her.
Okay.
And I'm assuming she does not need to know anything else from us.
Not at the present moment.
We
If
got about as much as she's gonna get out of me.
yeah, that's kind of the idea. Is just like I don't think they're gonna be talking any more than they would like to. And oh dear goodness, you guys have huge icons still.
Oh, it's actual Gucci.
Big.
There we go.
Because it's just two of us.
Yeah, because the icons change the shape to orient within the box I have set up for you guys. But that's
I did
okay.
not expect an actual cat to come up. But yeah. Well, what are we going to do now that we have gotten Eris?
Well, you have a ship. You've
We
got.
have a ship.
You
We have
have
information.
You have some information. You can continue doing more info searching. On the docket, I do recall Yasha saying he was interested in learning more regarding the non-automata related people in the
Yeah.
that are guarding the place.
Yeah, to basically go fight them on ground that we know instead of like on the island. But
Yeah,
oh boy.
Oh yeah.
that's something you guys will have to probably look into if you want.
The plan. Very bold.
It is indeed a very bold plan.
Yeah.
We've been doing everything we can to. The opposite of deliberately getting to a fight with the Tetsu guard.
Yeah. Now this ain't just the Tetsu guard, this be the Slayer force. However, dealing with the Slayer force may not necessarily require confrontation that includes combat and violence, but it can. Trying to balance the sound out. There we go. Oh, it's not even picking up on here. Jesus. Let me just adjust real quick. Okay. No, I still don't really like that. Okay. So, yeah.
Oh,
So-
what do we want to do?
Gathering info on the Tetsu Slayers is gonna be...
Who would be the best way to do that, though? With who we got?
I could go back to the library, see if anything's written.
About the Tetsu Slayer?
Yeah, there might be something.
Might be
Got
something.
information on the prison, so there might be something.
This is true. You might be able to
Yeah.
find something. Although, do keep in mind that these guys are kind of on one of the newer Brosnov wonders, so
Yeah.
to speak. So, any documentation regarding them might be a little limited. You do, however, know that they do their trainings on that island chain, not far from the shipping lanes.
Yeah, and I do remember there's also a kind of plan to maybe talk to a disgruntled, I don't know what the best term would be. Someone who tried to become part of them, but flanked out, I guess.
Failed candidates. I don't know what it is, but for some reason you're like super quiet on this. At least maybe on my end. I don't know.
might
If
just be
it's...
talking quietly, might be weird positioning the mic.
It might be.
I don't know.
I need to do some more audio balancing, so.
It may be this cat.
I'm not sure how the cat is doing it, but you know, cat things, I guess.
Cats can do whatever they put their minds to. That's how they will eventually take over the world.
I don't really like this song.
Could look for recruit or failed recruits.
Yeah, but then that can be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd be able to like pick one out of a crowd.
Yeah, and just asking around, hey, we're looking for failed Tetsu Slayer guards. Do not eat my mic. Do not eat my mic.
Is your cat trying to eat your mic?
She is.
That is a curious thing to go around asking, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That may require a bit more of a tactful approach.
Yeah.
You'll have to look into somebody who's more accustomed to dealing with Tetsu guard and Tetsu related things.
I mean, Date's probably been out of the Tetsu guards Actually, I don't know if we know that. How long he's been out of basically not being a Tetsu captain anymore.
A couple of years, right? Because that's when the whole syndicate thing went down. It's like a few years back. So
Yeah.
Years back, so.
So if the Tetsu Slayers came up before or after that.
Well, I can tell you this: these guys have been these guys are like the best of the best, so they're definitely not gonna be overnight trained soldiers, warriors.
Yeah.
These guys will have been spent in this program probably for a decent amount of time. So Date may be your avenue.
Yeah. I'm thinking Date. I mean, at worst we could go see Kagero, but the people that actually know them are not here, so.
We can kind of go around that and just sort of by proxy you can try and access Kagero.
Yeah, but still. I'd rather not go into active Tetsu guards.
This
So I
is
think-
true.
I mean, we could try the library approach, but it will be limited. No matter which way we go at it. So that is probably our best bet. To learn more about them.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. You can always look into other things that aren't related to this too, in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
How long has it been since we last saw Vico?
Vico? Given all things, I'd say maybe it's probably been a day. I think it's Brosnov Day now, I believe. Yeah, I think Brosnov Day's hit. So, it's been some time. And since Brosnov Day has hit, the news will be dropping that Tetsu Slayers are gonna be coming out, and they're gonna be cracking down on, well, everything. The one bit of interesting information, and this I'll also kind of give freely, mostly because, well, Brosnov, there's info everywhere regarding this. This is like a citywide announcement, more or less. You know, it's in the papers, it's in the advertising about like how, yeah, we're cracking down on everything, and we're bringing the Tetsu Slayer force. However, it's saying, the news pretty much says that the they have begun shipping out Tetsu Slayers. However, they have decided to only begin with a small contingency in Northport. So they're not throwing the whole kitchen sink at the city yet. You guys more or less know about why, and it happens to be because of a friend of Sir Mercedeer's. So
Yeah.
Homeboy managed to have a little word with the High Marshal, and the High
How nice of
Marshal
him.
has more or less said, yeah, we're not gonna crank it to 11 just yet. We've only sent in a small contingent force, and they are based right now in Northport.
Which is kind of close. I mean, closer to us now than they were if we stayed at Tesla's, but still.
Yeah. So they just came in by boat.
They're here.
They're here. Well, some of them. It's a very, very small force. Report says that it is a minimal force, including only one officer at the moment who's kind of running the whole show. And there's like a small little like insert from the officer saying like that. Yep, we've been called upon by our glorious Lord Protector, High Marshal Hieronymus Maximilian Rex III. That is his name.
Oh my god.
Maximilian Rex III. And they said that pretty much in his statement, yep, we plan to enforce peace by any means necessary, and that we ensure that we will deliver, even under these constrained means, that we intend to deliver a peaceful resolution to the citizens of Brosnov by any means necessary.
Yeah. Fuck you, buddy.
And they do lay out one plan in which they're going to be sweeping the northern area of or the north port of Brosnov. So, small bits of info there.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, they're only going to be in one district because there's only like a very, very tiny force of them.
Yeah. Man, I'm sure the Khan's Navy are like, God damn it.
Yeah. There are some criticism regarding this, but of course, it's
Oh yeah, it's like criticizing a company about their NFTs or their loot boxes. Still gonna
like,
fucking do it.
it'll be like, well, this
Oh,
isn't
but
cool.
we heard you.
It's like, we hear you, but also half the city's on fire, so no.
Half the city's on fire because of them, mostly.
Yeah, so, well, I'm sorry. Who was it that destroyed those trucks?
Not us,
That
dude.
didn't cause half that. Yeah, it's true. Not us too, but that didn't cause half the city to go on fire.
Who blew up a train?
That didn't cause half the city to catch on fire.
No, but that
Oh,
did upset the peace.
dude.
You know what? Fine. I'll accept that.
Technically not. Also, not quite our fault.
This is also true. However, what's going to look nicer on paper?
Fucking media. It's always the media.
It's the media.
Let's burn the media.
I don't think they really know that some weird spectral Ghost Rider dude like did all that. So
Yeah, they're gonna chalk it up to some motherfuckers are running around wrecking shit in the city, and we don't like that. Also, gang crimes are on the rise again, so it's not entirely your guys' fault, but you are more like the matchstick to the powder keg.
yeah, we're what tipped it over. Like, okay, all right, we got to do something about this.
You guys were the straws that broke the camel's back, and then the High Marshal was just like, all right, we need to quit this shit right now.
Yep.
In any case, so blames aside, yeah, super tiny force, thanks to the efforts of the Bastion doing his best in trying to negotiate some friendlier terms for you. So, hooray! Small Slayer force. They said that they only have like a handful from all sectors of the Slayer force. The ones that you guys are looking for, I think I mentioned before, they were the ghosts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that being mentioned.
Yeah, they're only one part of the entire Slayer force.
Yeah.
But they said that they only have a small contingent of each arm of the force, including the already present warder force, also known as the Tengu. And no, they aren't actual Tengu.
I did not assume that, but thank you for the clarification.
I did, so thank you for the clarification.
Excellent. I'm glad I clarified it.
I did imagine a bunch of badass birds, though.
Yeah,
Now I'm slightly disappointed.
dang. But yeah, so that's your tidbit of info.
Okay. Oh, should we go and see Date then?
We could also check somewhere along the way to see if Mike was around. Didn't we? Because we had some more stuff for him to look into, didn't we? Or did he take a break because it was getting today?
You did task him with finding. I think he found where that samurai lives.
Yeah.
I think
How's
he
that?
was somewhere in the Southport.
That's what I have written down.
And then he's right now looking into the Hydra investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we see him, we could ask. Well, he might have something about that then.
Alrighty. Do you plan on reconvening with Vico? He's likely going to be back with Tessa, since that was where you guys were last at.
Yeah. I think that would be the plan.
Okay,
Very well.
travel over to Tessa's.
Yep.
That's
I
this,
mean,
and then
you could do that. There is looking into the samurai, which you can do
Yeah, no.
here. And then there's
So-
also, your research. I'm trying to think what else you guys have as options.
I kind of like getting Vico and Date sorted, and
Okay.
then probably looking into the samurai.
Yeah.
More.
That sounds good.
Sounds good.
At some point, Lamine will also talk to Morna about the flowers that he's so curious about,
Yeah, he is curious about those.
which
And
could
he
be
has
very
to do...
short, but at least he'll get something.
Okay.
Yay.
Sounds
Uh,
good.
Maybe I test Vico's.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Tessa's-
If we have a moment of rest.
So, returning to Tessa and Vico's then?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you make it back, and lo and behold, a sleepy Vico is there waiting for you guys. And he greets you guys both, and he kind of relays the news. He's like, "Hey, see that the High Marshal isn't coming down as hard. Wonder what's all that about."
We had some help
Ah,
after a session.
I imagine there's an interesting story behind that. You'll have to tell me another time, I think. I'm just a little bit out of it. But I did come across some information regarding your Hydra.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Well, seems to me that the Hydra is sitting somewhere in an old warehouse out in Northport.
Oh, good. The Slayer Force can find that thing. That'll be fine. Right?
Yep. It seems like it's gonna be, well, seems like it. It's either gonna be moving real quick or they're gonna get busted real quick. There were some business dealings I noticed with regarding these that Hydra. I was able to pick up on some information regarding it. People were talking about how they were seeing something tarped and covered that looked rather monstrous, but it seemed more like a statue than anything. That was poking its head out of this one of the old harbor warehouses in the North Port. That being said, it looks like it's a guild warehouse, which is quite odd given everything. Guild doesn't tend to do things out that far. More so odd was that it seems like they are planning on doing something with another group with it.
Another group?
Hmm.
The guild working with other people?
I know, cooperation and all that. Seems like there's some folks coming in and out of the place to visit and check up on it, but they didn't look like guild mercenaries, or guild members for that matter.
And I'm assuming you don't really have a general description about them?
Hard to say, but my best guess is that it looked like it was a small team of dwarves looking at it. Not quite the quiet folk either. They seem rather boisterous about it. Said they planned on refitting it for a new design of some sort. It was gonna fetch a pretty penny. At least in terms of
Possibly from the old kingdom then.
Yeah, perhaps.
What are they called?
That's the thing about these guys. They didn't seem to talk too highly about Old Kingdom.
Odd. But I guess that's not too surprising.
I don't know. Many of the dwarves, even if they're not part of the kings, don't exactly speak ill of Old Kingdom, you know, given that that's their birth home. Most of the dwarf kind I've come across, or at least learned about, tend to speak fairly ill about most of Brosnov outside of Old Kingdom. Very few actually really have a soured opinion about the Old Kingdom itself, however. It's quite interesting.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Well, it's nice to know where it is, I guess.
Indeed. In any case, they're planning on moving it soon. Supposedly, this owner of theirs is planning on moving it sometime today. Says he's got a really fast ship for it, so he'll be able to sneak it in and out of the place before any trouble arrives.
Well, we do know someone with a very fast ship that would track with all the dwarves, I suppose. I'd hope not, but...
Either way, I don't think
Also
we.
fit with his interests.
I really don't think we could even deal with the Hydra.
Well, that's alright. You've got pretty much all day. They seem like they're getting ready to move soon, but not too soon, at the very least.
Perhaps we could tip off the Slayers instead.
I wouldn't worry too much about
Well,
that
campsite.
either. Seems like they've already got people watching them as well. I've been noticing a lot of Tetsu guard posting up, but well, I don't suppose they'd be quite Tetsu guard themselves. It's hard to describe, but I actually had to come across one that ran into me. Gave me quite the shock too. I wouldn't expect them to sneak up on me, you know. They didn't dress like a Tetsu guard either. Neither did they move or fight like one. Thankfully, I was able to just knock them out and get away, so... At the very least...
Ghost that we've heard about?
A ghost? I don't think... I don't know if it was a ghost. It seems like it was pretty real. Vico being dumb. I don't know.
No.
I could touch it, so I don't think it was a ghost.
A subgroup of these slayers are known as ghosts.
Ah. Do you know what they're like?
Sneaky, for sure.
Hmm.
If hard to say just from that, but it could be. Different
Well-
training, better training, unique equipment. They seem to be quite elite, so it would track.
Well, this one was definitely a sneaky one, so perhaps it didn't even make a sound approaching me. And when I fought it, well, let me just tell you, I had never fought anyone quite like one of these guys. The way he was able to move, it was, unnatural. I mean,
Yeah, sounding like a ghost, alright.
even more so.
At least at this point, I hope it's a ghost. If it's
Yeah.
something else, the worry on its own.
Well, it seemed to carry a blade much like some of the Tetsu guard, albeit not of the same fashion. It was a little bit shorter. However, and it didn't quite fight like a Tetsu guard, like a typical Tetsu guard samurai. But I recognize the equipment. He actually nicked me pretty good on the side here, and he kind of pulls up part of his clothing, and you can see like a nice little tear right into his side, and with a quite a noticeable cut.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah. Usually these guys get me with a bullet, but oof, this one actually cut me. Doesn't quite hurt though, but then again, it's hard to make me feel pain from these things.
Did you need any sort of healing?
I should be
Okay.
alright. I should be alright. Just a little patching up will do. Maybe maybe to clean up the clothes a little bit before Tessa sees it. I'm more worried about her freaking out than me suffering any worse from this wound. She's never fond of me getting dinged up in any manner. But,
There's no reason that we could fix you up right now.
well, if you can patch me up real quick, then I'd appreciate it. I could tell you some more about what I learned at least. Namely the fact that... Oh, go ahead.
I got some land hands I can put into him.
Cool. It's gonna be pretty much 6 damage to heal off of him.
6 damages. Healed.
Nice. And he's just kind of got this little hole that's on his clothes, but he's like, yeah, that's okay, I can fix that. Nothing a little threading won't do. As you patch him up, he does describe a little bit more in detail sort of the fighting that he describes, which is very interesting, as he kind of puts it that this fighter that he was fighting against, well, for one, anytime like the whole fight, it was somewhat surreal, because anytime this supposed Tetsu guard was attacking him, he didn't make a single sound. Like, there was no, like, and they were like they were moving around a lot. Like, Vico was trying to get away, and anytime he would try and get away, the guy was just pursuing him. He was able to keep up with him on the rooftops too. And he actually mentions he kind of describes it in a quite concerning way of how the guy was able to follow him up the rooftops, which was, it almost looked like he was like climbing up like a spider, and it was very unnatural the way he was just sort of climbing up on the
God.
walls. It had a very very deathly like sort of approach. Like, I guess the best way to kind of imagine it is like, you know how like it's almost like a horror monster the way it was kind of coming after him, sort of like dragging itself along when it was coming up walls.
What the heck?
Yeah, and then when it was fighting, the way it moved, it was almost as if it was able to like contort its body, and like almost like it had like multiple joints to make these weird, like contort its body into very strange shapes to avoid attacks and even make some really, really strangely angled attacks, which is what actually hit him. Because he didn't expect this guy to like pull off this really weird like twist of his hand and like change of like this pivot of his body in such an unnatural way to where he was able to land a cut on Vico.
Well, alright then.
Yep. He managed to only get away because he was able to, from that cut, he was able to basically just get a quick grab on the guy and then just more or less slam him down and throw him off the roof. And yeah, he was he doesn't think that killed him though. But
yeah, I mean,
he was
after
able
all
to at
that,
least stop the pursuit. So
boy.
Yep. Oh boy, doing.
yeah. So in any case, yeah, this guy that he fought was some kind of horror show, that's for sure.
Yep. So what do we learn from this, Lamine?
Don't fight them.
Yes. I'm glad we're on the same page.
The
And
only
if we do, we
I-
know
I
what
just
to
can't-
expect.
I just can't stop thinking about the oh man, I don't remember what they're called, but from Payday.
the cloaker.
Yeah, cloakers. That's all I'm thinking of right now. Like from you describing it, it's just like it's just
Yeah.
cloakers.
It's-
Some cloakers.
It's pretty much like a cloaker, except imagine if it moved like the fucking the basically the Grudge.
Yeah,
that's
wonderful.
that's how this thing is. It's a cloaker, but it's also the Grudge. It also makes absolutely no sound.
Didn't we hear something about no, I don't know. About the ghosts having some kind of like device that helps them be sneaky, like avoid
Yeah.
detection.
So, something about the ghosts, I believe you learn a little bit from Timur regarding this, is, it's more like the Wonderworks of the Tetsu Slayer Force, is that they're all outfitted with specialized suits for their areas. So, you can kind of, based on the information from Vico, you can kind of figure that these suits are able to help them basically become completely muted. And probably fight the way they're fighting. Aside from that, lastly, Vico doesn't exactly have working eyes like how one would normally see, since he's kind of technically blind. He was able to kind of he can still kind of distinguish features. To which, with these guys, they were more like silhouettes. They were like a physical presence, like there was like a person, but the way they were dressed out was like, almost like, I guess a cloaker kind of describes it, but with a lot less tactical gear, and just more cloth, so to speak. It looked like it was like more like very tightly holding cloth. So they were able to. So it wasn't very loose. It wasn't like easy to catch, but it was more like almost like a ninja in some ways. Except like, there's no distinguished like face openings or anything on them. There's like some kind of harness on their body. And then like they have everything like very tightly wound around their arms and legs, like sort of to keep it like keep it from being like baggy or excessive.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
And yeah, that, like I said, like Vico kind of mentioned earlier, soundless.
Alright then. Well, those things sound fun. Those people sound fun.
Yep.
Yeah, they do.
Impressive that one was able to find and sneak up on Vico. Considering he, lives his life hiding.
Yeah.
Might not bode well for us.
Yep.
No. Well,
Not exactly.
you still gotta do what you gotta do, so.
I know. It's not really gonna stop us, but something that we need to expect will happen eventually.
You could just see the bags under Mortarin's eyes grow deeper.
Oh boy.
The stress builds up.
Yep. Anyways, that's your information. Northport has your Hydra and your Slayers.
Yeah. There's a lot happening.
Yep. Yep.
Northport,
Honestly, Mortarin is just of the mind of just, you know what? Take our losses. Let them deal with it. If they escape with the Hydra, fine. If the Tetsu Slayer Force finds the Hydra and keeps it for themselves, fine.
Sounds good.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I have no other questions for him, so we can
Other-
let him go.
No more questions then?
No more questions. He can go rest now.
Alrighty.
Thank
He's-
him for his help,
Yep.
as usual.
He nods happily and he is pretty much just like, yeah, you guys can definitely make of that what you will and maybe try and get some rest for yourselves, eh?
Really? How long has it been since we actually rested?
Um,
Let's see, what have we done since we've rested? Oh god, I have to think about it. I actually have to look it up.
I think you
'cause
rested not
we-
too long ago.
Well, it
feel like
quote
we
unquote
did-
feels like we didn't, but we also did a lot as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure you rested
Mortarin's
2
notes
sessions
would
ago.
know. Yeah. But I don't think it was the session before last session, so let's see, journal. Okay, where the fuck is Let's see, when was the last time? Oh god. Forgot this is not in order. Fun fact about session probably 14 is when we started going to Frostmourne.
Session 14?
The remake.
No way.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think so.
Yeah, the Jin thing happened before we even rested, I think, actually.
Ah, the little duel.
Yeah. I don't
yeah.
think we rested
We definitely rested after that.
after that. Okay.
Okay. I think you guys still
I-
have some downtime, or, I mean, you had some downtime not too long ago. So you guys can keep
Yeah.
going.
So we're good.
Yeah, the only thing I'm missing right now is my Channel Divinity, and now 6 points from Land Hands.
Okay.
Yeah. So we continue on to Date. Yeah, and since Tessa isn't around, Mortar will not even bother her about the one thing. Again.
Hmm.
Since Tessa isn't around, Mortar won't bother her.
Oh, okay.
Cause not high on his priority list.
Fair. We
Thank you.
shall move over to the Brass and Copper Investigation Office.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can kind of see that the the Tetsu guard are supposedly stepping up security. It seems like it's more words than action at the moment, and that the daytime seems to have done fairly little for for that supposed threat right now.
So far.
So far, so it seems like
Yeah.
right now it's just you know, it's all just more like empty threats.
Yeah.
Ish. Anyways, I'm trying to find these the boys real quick.
Mhm.
But you make your way back to the what do you call it? You make your way over to Date and Walter's offices. Walter is out. However,
Probably for the
Possibly.
he's not around, which is kind of an odd happenstance, but yeah, he's out. However, Date's around.
Hey, Date.
Yep, their tiefling secretary kind of greets you guys and asks if you guys are here on appointment.
Hmm.
We're never here on appointment. We just show up.
We really should start looking into that. But usually we don't really have. Fortunately, our questions kind of come spur of the moment.
And she's just like, oh, that's all right. That's more or less how we typically run things around here. But every now and again, somebody sets a schedule ahead for revisiting. You folks seem to come here fairly often, so I can't help but ask.
Fine.
In any case, let me fetch Date for you guys.
Thank you.
Hooray.
And with that, you are greeted by a, the same old, tired but friendly samurai.
It's not the same. What else do you expect?
He is as optimistic as always, and of course, as always, he welcomes you, and he's like, what can I do for my favorite clients?
Advice, as is usually the case.
Advice, I see. Alright. Well, Walter's a better consultant regarding advice, but I suppose I could take a crack at this since he's not around.
Let's just say this is probably more your area of expertise than his.
The particulars of what our advice involves make you the man to ask regardless, even if you were here.
Alright. Well, ask away. What can I help you with?
Pointers on dealing with the Tetsu, I suppose. What with the recent outing of them. Or any... If you happen to know any secrets, I suppose, of these slayers in particular, that would be most beneficial.
This is about the new crackdown that's happening, isn't it?
Yes.
His typical optimistic smile seems to kind of fade, especially when you bring up talking about the Tetsu Slayer force. And
Sorry, you don't ever talk about anything fun, dude.
Yep, we never do.
We don't have a whole lot of fun going on in our lives at the moment, unfortunately.
Nope.
Nope.
The only fun Lamine has is teasing more her, and that's her only source of joy at this moment.
Well, just
You're
wait for
not
the beach
wrong.
episode. Just wait for the beach episode.
We'll get it. We'll
You'll-
get it eventually.
you'll get that episode. In any case, he definitely is not happy to hear about the Slayer Force in particular, and um, he does kind of notice his smile kind of vanish and kind of looks back at you guys to try and hide it up with a by smiling and less, but it's there's definitely less it's less genuous this time around as he's trying to clearly cover it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he does say, well, I do know every now and again crackdowns do happen, and unfortunately it's never fun for either side of the force to be dealing with crackdowns. And for the Tetsu guard, that's extra work, extra pushing around, extra dealing with people in a rather unhealthy and hostile manner, and something that I'm personally not a fan of. I've had to participate in one of these crackdowns when back in the days of the Syndicate, and it was necessary then. The the entire area had fallen into rioting, and the High Marshal had to step in, and he himself personally was attending the crackdown at that time. Of course, this was before we had the Slayer Force. But the High Marshal was rather adamant in quelling this rioting that was happening over in Old Kingdom. A part of one of the sub-districts was up in arms and trying to destroy all the facilities there. Something was going on. We didn't really have too much information, but needless to say, we were able to contain and quell everything within a matter of hours, really. And then, well, maybe a few weeks after that, the whole dust settled down and things returned back to normal. I can tell you one thing for sure. A lot of Tetsu guard really don't care for the crackdown, and many of them prefer to just look the other way if they have to, unless their superiors are around. But my unit and I were not particularly keen on going full force during the crackdowns. Only when we were, had to be sure, or only if we were under the supervision of one of our other superiors. For me, it was mostly the High Marshal or some of his adjutants. But in the case of the Tetsu guard today, well, I suppose for now, while they're doing their entire city-state-wide crackdown to try and clear things up, it means that their net system is going to be much, much wider. Which means they won't be looking as hard unless they've got the manpower for it. So, something to keep in mind. Wherever the danger happens, that's where the Tetsu guard will focus their efforts on the most. And quite like moths to a flame, if you imagine it.
That makes sense, I suppose.
So, should you ever find yourself amid a riot or in the middle of a gang fight, or even cross blades with any unfortunate adversaries, I highly recommend that you leave the vicinity of the area as soon as possible. Maybe move to another sector, or another part of the district, or move to a completely different district completely, as it will the attention of the Tetsu guard will close quick on that area, but that will leave gaps in some of the other areas around it. You'll just have to get around the ring that they'll set up. That's the real tricky part. That aside, Tetsu Slayers. Well, we haven't really seen them in action quite much. In fact, I know very little about them. I was offered a position at their candidacy at one point, but I had to turn them down. as you see, well, I quit my job. I didn't want to work for the Tetsu Guard anymore, so there was no point in me working with them. Not to mention, they are mostly part of the reason why we no longer have an investigation force. So, I think it would be in poor spirit to work for the people that shut down your part of the Tetsu Guard, part of your branch.
Quite fair.
I do know a lot of members from my older unit did however go into it, and I can't fault them for that. After all, we're all just trying to get by and live, and a lot of the men under me were rather talented swordsmen, very very skilled. So
Well, let's hope we don't have to encounter any of them.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I do know that some of them, not all of them, quite made it. So apparently, the requirements for some of these Tetsu Slayer branches are interesting, so to speak.
Would you happen to know any particulars of those? What makes them so interesting?
Well, I suppose I wouldn't. It'd be kind of difficult to. I wouldn't be able to give you an exact answer, but if I were to wager a guess, they're not looking for the strongest or the fastest, or even the smartest of the bunch, which would be some qualities of a typical Tetsu guard you would want. So a skilled swordsman who's quick on the draw, fast in the fight, and wise enough to make good good critical decisions in a rather in difficult situations. That being said, of the men that I do know that applied.
No, you're good.
Oh.
Mike did something funky there for like a half second, but it's all good.
Oh. Did you lose me there for a second?
No, you just sounded weird.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that was in general or that could have just been my end. But you're fine now, so no, continue.
Alrighty. Among those that I worked under that did apply for candidacy, there was only really one that managed to not get rejected, and he wasn't even the best swordsman, or even the smartest, not the quickest. Well, there was one thing about the man, though. The man was persistent. I wouldn't consider him a runt, if you get my meaning. Definitely wasn't a slouch when it came to his job, but the man wasn't exactly of amazing qualities. In fact, he seemed pretty substandard in terms of what it required to be a Tetsu guard. And yet somehow this is the only guy I haven't heard back from, so I can only presume he made it into the candidacy and is now one of the members. The other three of them, or the other two of them, they didn't make the cut.
That is interesting. But perhaps I can see what the logic is with it.
I suppose so. Maybe there was some sort of quality of him that they managed to find in him from the candidacy that simply I wasn't noticing. In any case, all I can tell you is, whatever their criteria is for, it's not for the cream of the crop that the Tetsu guard might offer. That's for sure. Come to think of it, if I had applied, I bet I'd fail too. You can see that genuine smile come back.
I'm glad
Well,
his hands are Hmm. That is interesting.
hmm
And slightly worrying. But what else is new?
yeah,
Such is our life at the moment.
yeah.
Indeed. I hope that helped a little bit.
It it did. It's
Alrighty.
very
Well, if there's anything else, then I don't suppose I could offer you a moment of your time for some tea, perhaps, unless you're needed elsewhere.
I don't think we're in a particular rush at the moment.
Ah, lovely.
Mm,
Come, let's enjoy some tea in my office then.
imagine Mortar and keeping still.
Nyeh.
Come on, come, come on, Mordrin. Let's be sociable.
Mortar is just like, did you just say me and social in the same sentence? He had that look just like,
She knows what she said.
like, hmm.
May or may not be poking fun at him. She's definitely poking fun at him.
Ah.
Mm. In any case, Date invites you to his office, and yeah, he clears his little desk for his little tea setup and pours in some hot tea for you guys.
Mortar will at least drink tea. Just not be social.
I mean, she's not really actually expecting him to be honest.
Oh, good.
Like that, she's just poking fun at him. But hey, it's nice to sit down and chill for a little bit. We have been on the move a lot so far today, so
Man, the past 3 sessions has been a lot of moving around, so a little bit
Yeah.
of downtime never hurts. But yeah, Date sits up and pours you guys a cup of hot tea each and helps himself to his cup. And just a nice, quiet, and peaceful moment. And he's like, it's days like these where it's both relaxing and makes but I still can't help but feel antsy for. After all, the city is under so much trouble, and here I am just lounging about. Yeah, it's not much different than back in the old days at the investigation force, I suppose. Well, with Walter doing all the shenanigans he was, at least I had something to work towards.
I can see how you might feel a little lost. But it is good to take time to hear it for yourself.
That's what I tell myself. After all, I gotta be at my best shape to help everyone, in any way I can, even if it's financially. Cries.
Uh,
And I don't think that's something we can help with.
Yeah,
nope.
that's his problem, not yours.
That is Walter's problem.
That is also Walter's problem, indeed. In any case, I just hope you guys have been staying out of trouble, and this advice I'm giving you is only to assist you in remaining out of trouble and not inciting any trouble and trying to get away with it.
That is our hope.
That's
We're
good.
doing the best we can to not get into trouble.
Well,
It can be hard sometimes.
that's understandable. I mean, considering you've gotten yourself wrapped up in whatever ordeal that's required Walter's old profession to help you guys. Not that I'm minding or judging. I know that you lot are indeed doing something for a rather noble cause, I'm sure. However, it's going through some rather subversive means to do it.
Certainly not by choice. By happenstance, though. That is true.
Meh, it's as I've, it's as I thought. Well, Walter's starting to at least warm up to the idea. However, the man's still kind of been in his, well, broody self, I suppose, is the best way to put it. But he's definitely showing signs that he'll try and he might be willing to help.
Well, I won't be pushing him. If he does, I'm sure he'll manage to get into contact with us.
Oh yeah, give it some time. He'll come around. In fact, that's part of why he's not in today.
Talking to someone?
Hmm?
Is he talking to someone?
No.
What's he out doing?
I gave him the day off, so he's likely doing what he always does on his time off. Which is, catching up on his old times. He's more than likely visiting the old tower out in Hanging Gardens.
He does seem rather sentimental.
I suppose so. I mean, a lot's tied to that and him with him and that tower. In a way, I suppose you could see it almost like visiting a grave, really.
It does seem rather apt.
Man. In any case, he's collecting his thoughts on it, and I'm sure he's probably looking around for whatever means he can do to solve your guy's problem. At least that's the way I see it.
We will certainly be thankful if he is, but can't can't really be waiting for that. For his
Man,
help.
huh?
What kind of tea did he pick, by the way? Do you have an idea what kind of tea he might have picked?
Oh, he's got green tea. That man looks like he's half asleep all the time. So this stuff is a nice little wake up, because you know
No,
he needs that tea.
yeah, that's fair. Hmm.
In any case,
Well,
oh,
no, you continue.
nah, go ahead.
Whenever there's a lull, I mean, we'll probably be pulling out the new book and just kind of continuing.
The new romance novel.
The new romance novel she took out.
Or maybe she'll continue to go through the omnibus of various romance stories. She's got that big book of stories too. Why not? Or
Date's
just
gonna
chill.
definitely ask about that.
Meanwhile, Mordred's on a just Mordred also would probably be reading just nothing neither of them can understand.
Mm,
Something very different and
Yep.
probably not too much of an interest for Lemaine.
No, it's probably something on like building something or
building.
something. Yeah. Unless she
Yeah.
really wants to know about how jewelry is made or something.
Mm, lots of how-to
Doesn't
books.
doesn't really tend towards nonfiction, I have to say.
Mm,
Uh the extent of her nonfiction interest is like horticulture, and that's pretty much as far as it goes.
eh,
Yeah. Now I can see this even being more boring shit. It's literally a chemistry book. He's reading a chemistry book.
Damn.
He's learning about the property of the metals right now.
Nerd.
What else is new? He's a nerd.
He's a nerd.
Nerd.
But I can answer his questions the best I can, I suppose, without probably getting into too much detail.
He's probably just gonna be asking like, I didn't know you were a connoisseur of those kinds of novels.
I very much am, in fact. They're my favorite.
Huh. That's so very interesting. I'm not quite the reader myself, however, I do happen to have one book I was recommended to by an old friend. Actually, there are a couple books of that nature. One of my old one of my old squad mates had recommended me some titles. If you'd like, I can hand them off to you. They're considered Brosnov classics, but sadly they didn't make the omnibus.
I am always happy to collect more, if you're offering.
Of course. After all, I've read them front to back several times, and, well, let's just say you kind of get tired of it after a time. I have no problem with loaning them out to you. And with that, he hands you 2 titles.
Oh god.
Hell yeah.
Like, boss, you know what has to happen now that you've handed the 2 titles over.
Yep.
I got.
All right, get ready to write these down because these are very these are important.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Imperative.
They're imperative. They are plot relevant. I promise you.
Plot.
Plot relevant. Yes. Sure.
I'm reading it for the plot. The plot.
This is based on a true story. It's called the Swordmaster's Heart. Yep. Based on a true story. It's based around some of the old guard, the samurai of the old guard from the early days of Brosnov. And it talks about this. Well, it's a rather interesting novel regarding one of the samurai warriors, and how they how they had fallen in love with a local noblewoman, who ended up being a general for the Valvadirians. And
Oh boy, Romeo and Juliet, here we come.
pretty much it's a Romeo Juliet story. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
This guy was not a commander, he was a sword master, as Swordmaster's Heart. He was a trained warrior of high renown and skill, and he was almost a lord in his own right, but he was not a commander or anyone very high up in power.
Yeah.
And he ends up falling for this Valvadirian general, and that's basically the summary of the plot. I'm not going to go into further detail. You'll have to read the rest.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then this other piece that he says, this one was actually a recent gift, but he's not too keen about it, mostly because it's a little too close to home, I guess, for him.
Oh boy.
Which is to say, he doesn't like the way it depicts the Tetsu guard.
Huh.
And it's called Midnight in the City. And it is a very this one is actually very interesting, also some loosely based off of a true story. But it is essentially a first in a releasing series, so it's the first copy. The other books aren't out yet, but it's the first in the series of a clandestine. It's a clandestine-based novel. The main character is she is a spy, and she's kind of a spy, kind of a mercenary, works for the technocrats. And it kind of depicts her rather interesting and somewhat outlandish life of being a spy and doing spy things and getting involved with all these individuals, both, you know, non-romantically and romantically, and it talks a lot about, it gets into a lot of the political scheming, I guess. And he says he read it and he wasn't a big fan of how the Tetsugarder kind of talked about. And he says it's also kind of based around when he was kind of working, which kind of in a weird way annoys Date. He's just like, hey, we didn't do this. Because it covers some of the Syndicate's era as well. So yeah, Midnight in the City. It's a spy romance novel.
Cool.
So, also loosely based off of a real spy who I guess existed, or at least that's what Date says. This person apparently existed and did these outlandish things and met with outlandish people, and you know. And like he said, it's just like it's kind of annoying, and he says that he like the Tetsugard kind of are shown as very like mindless, brutish, very mean. He's like, no, that's not what we are. And he's just like, yeah, the incompetence of the investigation force. He's like, I was an investigator, and I like to think I did a decent job.
I take offense to that statement.
Yeah. So he's a little bit offended by it.
You know what? That's fair.
But he says it's an interesting novel, and that the ending is pretty sad because wow. He was like, I won't really go into spoilers, but let's just say it ends around the.
Spoil the book, boss.
Yeah, he kind of puts it like, let's just say it ends around the time Walter starts showing up as a threat. But yeah.
Sounds exciting regardless.
Yep. So enjoy those.
Cool. I have more things to read.
And they are totally, definitely plot relevant. Definitely.
They totally, definitely are.
Yep. So
Yep.
keep it in mind. Swordmaster's Heart. Midnight in the City. Yes. Wink
Yes.
wonk.
Wink wonk. Yep. Don't worry, boss. We're here. We're all here for the plot.
We are all here for the plot. Alrighty. Cool. Great. Fantastic. Get out of my house.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, he pretty much is just like, yeah, you guys can hang on to them.
Well, Lamine can hang on to them. Borderin has. God, I don't want to say no interest in them, but
He's more interested in his nerd textbook.
yes, he's more interested in his nerd book. He definitely has taken note that Lamine has more romance novels.
Mm.
That's basically it.
She's pretty happy about this, I have to say. She's like, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, more romance novels.
More romance novels.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else you guys wanted to do? Any other questions or other exchanges?
Nothing comes to mind.
Nope.
Nothing else to discuss, maybe regarding any other topics or issues?
Not with Date.
Very well. Then with that,
Like, I suppose the answer could be yes, but the answer's no.
that's fair. The man is a wealth of knowledge, but yeah, he's, he's Date.
Yeah.
Well, with that, you guys enjoy your moment spending time with Date and enjoying tea, reading books, and discussing other affairs and interests. You kind of learn Date enjoys a few simple things. He's a very simple guy. He doesn't need a lot in life.
Yep.
And you could kind of get from his character that this dude is, if there was a model of what the ideal Tetsu Force like samurai, or even just not even Tetsu, but like what an ideal samurai would be. He kind of really depicts it fairly well.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. With that, you enjoy your time with him, and he then says, "All right, I should probably get to work on some of these folders, clear out these documents before Walter comes in and bites my head off for not doing anything."
But
And
I
yeah,
mean, do
but
not envy.
well, someone's got to do it, and yeah, it's fine. After a while, you get used to dealing with the ire of that cranky man.
Yeah.
Alrighty, very well. Good luck on your own quest, and do stay out of trouble.
We will do our
We'll do
utmost,
our
I assure you.
best.
And with that, you depart Brass and Copper.
Mm. Well, now we have done those two things.
Yep.
Oh, we unfortunately didn't learn much about the Slayer Force. Hmm.
Hey, I learned a bit about the
I mean, maybe
ghosts.
not. Yeah,
Little
maybe
bit.
not in like particular, but I think the knowledge that ultimately it might not be that much worse for us is good to know. So we don't, you know, like yeah, there's more worrying things out there, but it's not like suddenly there's a vice around us.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Things are a little bit more perilous, but they're not dramatically more perilous.
Well,
It's like
there
a,
Yeah.
was he did
I
mention
mean,
that. Oh, sorry,
the
go ahead.
ghosts. Um, but in particular, the knowledge of the kind of people that they're looking for is handy to know.
Yep.
I think, especially.
Two of his old squad mates were also failed candidates. That's kind of an important one to note.
It does.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah.
We will need to be careful with those dudes, though. I think
Yeah.
because
Ugh.
I think kind of what I'm getting is that they're not. We might be able to run away from normal Tetsu and just kind of like bail, like when they figure out like
But not
uh,
ghosts. But they
uh,
can be hurt. They can be beaten. At
they
least.
are just people,
Yeah.
but it's
and
more like
and not they can be killed because we don't know that part yet.
I would assume that they can be.
Yeah.
If it bleeds, it can die. Uh,
Well, what should we do now? I don't know how much else what more information that we could possibly glean. So,
I
plan
think
making.
if we do tangle with them, um, we keep away from Vico and Tessa for a little while
Yeah.
on the safe side. Because I think we can be pretty assured that like getting away from Tetsu and they won't follow us or anything, but those guys,
Will.
that is a lot more risky.
Yeah.
If we tangle with them, we might need to post up even in our apartment. Like
Yep.
actually have people watching to make sure nothing's in case someone does try and get in or something.
Mhm.
Or just hide out in the guts. That could also be an option.
Yep.
Perhaps decide on that when we come to it.
Oh,
And here I got some more books out of it, so worth.
yeah, you did. Congratulations.
I'm gonna say worth.
Worf. Well, I guess pretty much all I could think of is to actually start formulating a plan of how we're
Okay.
going to do this prison break. 'Cause that has to happen at some point.
Yep.
Yeah, how much planning can we really do?
Yeah, with two people.
I mean, it's also a somewhat limited information too, though. We have like partial map stuff, which
Yeah.
is nothing. We have some idea of what we're getting into, which is
Yep.
basically um, a a modification of the geek the mage thing. And if we see a controller and their puppets, take out the controller, because then the puppets are just going to be like
Yo, what the fuck
going
we do?
off of whatever like they were given last. So,
Yeah.
because I'm going to assume that there's going to be some kind of conflict at some point. And then,
Yeah.
actually, what we should do, we need to find out where the two guy where our two guys are. That's for
Oh, how
sure.
the hell are we gonna find that out without going to the island itself, though?
We're not going to. If we can
Yeah.
find a
Which two guys?
the
Dwarf
tinker, yeah, the
and
tinker, we
Roland.
don't,
Roland.
Oh, the
Oh,
Smith.
yeah,
yeah.
the Smith guy, Roland and the Smith,
Yeah.
because we don't
We're
know
not
where they're
gonna
at.
find that information out until we get there.
We don't, we don't know where they're at. There is probably some kind of ledger though, something that has an indication on where people are, but I don't know if the issue is names. I don't know if they did even bother to write down names. I don't know if like Roland would give his real name. And do we even know the name of the Smith?
Nope.
Nope.
So
Okay,
wouldn't even. Yeah.
You'll
that's
have to
probably
find Roland.
Mortarin's under the assumption is we're going to have to do this the hard way of looking through the cells, which is even more dangerous than if we knew the exact location. So
yeah.
Roland knows the Smith, though.
yeah, but
We need to find Roland, and then we can go find the Smith.
Hmm.
yeah. Ugh.
You know, this is where I really would like to have Kyron actually, because if there's anyone that could cause a distraction,
It'd be fucking him.
and he's proven to be pretty good at that. Because that would help if we could get his like cause something to happen somewhere. That might give us a little bit of breathing room. Hmm. Possibly on the uh, on on the ship, the big ship. God, what was it called?
The Iron
Iron
Drake?
Iron Drake. Yeah.
Hmm.
Just some casual arson. I think might be in the books.
Oh no, you want to go up north and grab the Drake? Or you're talking about the Drake on the ship? There's too many dragons and
Do
hydras and
something
shit.
to the the big ship.
The Iron
Uh,
Drake, not the Hydra.
Okay, so I'm like, let's leave that thing the fuck alone.
I mean, hijacking the robot Hydra could be an option, which I say only half in jest. It's probably
Mordrin is like, not a jest. Nope.
really, really better to avoid that, but I guess it is technically an
Yeah.
option.
Oh, good thing we don't
Uh,
have Kyron and Luke here. They'd be like, no, we're fucking stealing the Hydra.
Hmm.
they'd probably manage to do it too, knowing them.
Probably would, but well, they're not here, so Mordrin gets his way, quote unquote, for once.
Dang.
No, I meant causing some havoc on the ship, because the skeleton crew, automatons, and a lot of guns, and guns means gunpowder. You kind of get what I'm going at.
Yeah, I think Mordrin may be able to, if he was on that ship, may be able to fucking finagle something. Because Dude managed to somehow, without being a train conductor, run a goddamn train.
Kind of push buttons and it's like, this seems to be working.
Yep.
I'll keep doing it.
So if they're the person that could figure out how to make a fucking distraction out of the Iron Drake, it'd probably be him.
Assuming it's in commission.
Yeah.
Keep in mind the whereabouts of the condition is not known, or the knowledge of the condition is not entirely known regarding the
Yep.
Iron Drake.
Well, if it is decommissioned or not in commission, that's still good for us. So it's a win-win either way. Can't be
It's,
used as a distraction, but it can't shoot at us.
Yeah, it's a safe bet that it's definitely not being used actively, considering the fact that there hasn't been in over a century any records of it being used for anything. Like, it's just the last known record of it was just like, oh yeah, it's just sitting on the island, which is safe to assume that it's like it's probably not going anywhere or being actively used too much. Or if it is, it's being used within the confines of the island's ocean space.
Well, something to figure out when we get there.
It do be having those big guns though.
Yeah.
So that is the one big danger about it.
Gotta be careful. But what else is new?
Yep.
Yep. You learned that the they learned of a possible ghost operative that attacked Vico.
Yeah.
And learned that it is in fact a physical person that can be harmed, as Vico was able to slam it and throw him down a roof.
Yep.
Before running away. However, that being said, it moves and fights so unnaturally so that you would be should be convinced otherwise.
Yeah. Well, as stated before, hopefully we won't be tangling with them anytime soon.
Yeah. But Mordrin is going to expect that we are.
There's a lot of things that are expected to happen eventually, but you know,
Mhm.
doing everything we can to be wrong about those expectations. We would like to be wrong about them,
Oh yeah.
just not expecting to be wrong.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if there's much more planning we can really do. There's
Yeah.
some planning, but a lot of it I think we'll have to
Mordrin
gonna do
would
what we
need.
usually do a lot, which is make things up as we go.
Yeah. Mordrin will need a little bit of time to prepare. So he doesn't specify on why and what. But
That's fine.
Maybe you
I
could pick up on some more information regarding the Iron Drake or the ghosts from somebody as well.
fuck if we know where.
Well, you do know of those candidates, or I suppose failed candidates that Date worked with before, or I guess after they split from
I guess that's
the
just
thing.
it's. I don't want to deal with it.
Well, you know they're not Tetsu guard. These guys are fired.
That's true.
But getting any more people involved, Mordrin's already like, okay, we have gotten so many people involved at this point that just like, even if we learn more about the ghosts and how they operate, it's not worth getting like random people involved in this shit.
Something to keep in mind, but I think at the moment I largely agree. But that is definitely a unique source of information. So just probably worth I mean, did it seem like uh you kind of like vetted them?
Hmm. Wait, what was your
Was
question?
these uh these failed candidates, were they vetted?
Butted,
Like
as in check through and like.
does Daito like trust them and everything?
I mean, these are the guys that Date worked with closely, so these were basically his buddies, like his bros. Like
Uh,
these weren't like random schmuck coworkers that he was just kind of you know he kind of knew around the office. Like these guys were his personal unit.
okay. Uh, that would probably be worth it then, actually. Like I do agree, Morgan, but think that is some very valuable information. Insider knowledge of what things are like. Um, though we should probably be a little bit obtuse about what exactly we're asking for.
Oh, that's in your area of expertise because if I had it my way, I'd just straight up ask them. It's why I do not do the talking, usually.
This is true. I mean, the questions might get direct, but we don't want them. Probably deal for them not to know that we're like, hey, let's not lead with, hey, we're planning to break some people out of BlackRock. You got any advice for me? Maybe not do that. But they are as disgruntled as Saito is about the whole that whole thing that they'll probably be fine.
Just maybe we have to go back to Date and be like, hey, the people that you talked about, yeah, we want to go visit them.
Yeah, you're welcome to ask him.
That will probably happen.
Or unless you wanted to like quickly retro that and be like, hey, by the way, can you
Yeah,
point
yeah,
us in the
we can.
direction?
Yeah.
Did you want to do that instead?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Date is more than willing to offer that information and more than happy to share his share about the whereabouts of his old buddies, his old unit. And he's like, "Yep, they live not far actually out here in the toolbox. We don't hang out much nowadays since well, I'm working and for the most part, they're both now just enjoying retirement more or less. I guess the candidacy is well, the candidacy quite took quite a toll on them, and well, they took their savings, unlike me, and they decided to live out the rest of their lives in relative peace, you know, all that stuff, and not go around spending copious amounts of gold on trying to bail out a former criminal mastermind and starting a business with them.
Of course.
In any case, yeah, they're both relative. They're both in near the merry-go-round, so you're welcome to finding them there.
Okay. And I hope he gives us you know, descriptions of a hello and happy birthday.
It is a Yasha. Hello.
Hello and happy birthday.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
there
oh.
he is.
Dang. But
Yeah.
it's
welcome,
not my
boss.
birthday.
It is your birthday. Shut up.
Oh,
It is
that
your
was
birthday. Shut up.
it was yesterday.
No, it wasn't. Shut up.
Okay, press away.
Nope. Get back here.
Guys, I got it. Happy birth week.
Excuse you?
Exactly. Enjoy 7
Okay.
whole days.
I'm going to marinate your fucking toes in soy sauce if you don't
This
cut
is
this
not
out.
this is not the time for these kinds of threats, my friend. Given that that's
These
fucking
are-
weird.
Yeah, it is.
And we're live.
I know we're live. That's why I didn't make it any more graphic than that.
Great.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
Mello.
I'm gonna soak your earlobes in lime juice.
I'm going to kick your ass tomorrow when we hang out and go fishing.
please tell me in detail how that ass kicking went. By the way.
It's going to involve the fishing rod and me throwing Yasha into the water, much like how Vaiko threw this guy into the off the roof.
He probably deserved it.
Yeah, he did. Which, by the way, we should fill you in on the info.
Nah, just leave him high and dry.
Nope. Quick recap. Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
So the party had nothing else
Well,
for Eris, so
I'm gonna BRB what's happening then.
go ahead. The party had nothing really else to continue off of for Eris, so we decided to proceed. They found out a couple things. One, Sir Mercedier's friend, Don, was able to talk down the High Marshal into lightening the forces up a little bit. And so, rather than the Tetsu Slayer force being out in full fucking force like they were gonna, the news article has been altered and changed to reflect this by stating that the Tetsu Slayer force has been reduced to a minimal size that is only covering the north ports of the.
So we're gonna go beat the shit out of them and make them go back to full force, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what we need.
Clearly.
Yeah, there's a very, very small contingent force, and they are currently sweeping Northport. Which also, unfortunately, as Vaiko reports, happens to be where the Mechanical Hydra is. The Mechanical Hydra was spotted in an old seaside warehouse, little harbor shipping warehouse, under some tarps, and it looks like the guild mercenaries are looking to getting rid of it because they were negotiating with some dwarves who, under two descriptors, did not speak very highly about the Old Kingdom. They had some rather choice words, which is kind of uncharacteristic, as you know, the dwarves of Brosnov kind of tend to bag on anything but Old Kingdom.
So these dwarfs aren't locals,
They
apparently.
maybe.
They may or may not, but chances are they don't appear to be locals.
Yep, but they do intend on acquisitioning the Mechanical Hydra, and they say they've got a quick ship to getting it out before anyone notices it. And they were rather braggart about it. All this rolled up with the inclusion of the Tetsu Slayer force are a little bit aware, or what is presumed to be the Slayer force, as Vaiko was possibly attacked by one of them. He got snuck up on by one. One of the Slayer, or somebody at least, showed up and almost got the drop on Vaiko. And the way he described it was very interesting and kind of horrifying. They were in very, very darkened, silhouetted clothing, like they were almost like a just a figure, really. They kind of resembled somewhat like a ninja with a harness on them, except they had no discernible like face, because they had like their entire face was just covered. And then the only other thing was that they had like a harness on them. The way they moved was incredibly unnatural. And the other thing was that this guy was able to keep up with Vaiko while he was running away. So yeah, very quick, very quick, very fast, able to basically leap after him because, you know how Vaiko gets around. He sneaks around and goes rooftop to rooftop.
Right, he's an acrobatic fella.
Yeah, he's like a house cat. Or more like a stray feral cat.
More like a street cat.
Yeah, he's a street cat. Feral city cat, if you will. The man gets around, sneaks around, and definitely does not take safe paths. And this dude was able to basically keep up with him. On top of that, this dude, no matter what, made no sound. Absolutely none whatsoever. Soundless. In addition to that, his fighting style and his motions were incredibly uncanny. one of the things that like he was able to basically scale walls and able to climb up like structures. Rather, the way I kind of described it was like imagine the Grudge, like the way they do that creepy shamble crawl, except it was like straight up a wall.
Oh God, okay.
Yeah, they can do basically that kind of creepy shamble crawling. And basically this dude was able to kind of like not only do that, he was really really evasive and actually able to just like bend and contort their body in incredibly unnatural ways, and was able to land like a direct blow on Vico because of that. He was able to get at him from a very weird angle just simply by bending his body super unnaturally and like getting a cut in with his blade before Vico was just grabbed him, slammed him down, and then threw his ass off a roof, which he believes did not kill him, but he was able to get away because he did that.
Strange. Time
But
to
yeah.
kill him.
In any
Gotta kill
case, that aside, the bizarre fighting nature and the fact that the guy was able to literally sneak up and jump Vico kind of somewhat fits the bill for being a Tetsu Slayer ghost.
Sounds great. We need to capture it and stick it in a box.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
just put it in a box, have it like run around circles screaming.
I mean,
Fine.
this isn't like a mouse, dude. This is like a hole. Like it was like a
I'm
6
sure.
foot. This was like a 6 foot person.
Okay, fine. We'll stick it in there with a Tetsu Slayer guard, and we'll see who wins.
Oh,
Just like it's like those beetles. It's like we're sticking 2 beetles in a box and seeing who would win.
Jesus.
Just like yeah.
The other thing that the party was up to was so there's that. The Hydra is in the north port. After that, they patched Vico's wound up, and he went to go lay down and take a nap. Because,
Fair.
He kind of got winded getting his ass somewhat kicked by this thing, even though it was only really 6 damage that was dealt to him directly.
I mean, 6 damage is the equivalent of getting like a nasty bruise. So.
Yeah, but, he got patched up, and he was like, okay, I'm tired. I got chased around all day.
I mean, fair.
But, yeah, it's like, I guess the best descriptor was like, imagine like the Cloaker, but with less tactical gear. And, okay, imagine the Cloaker from Payday 2. Less tactical gear, so no glowy goggles, no tactical vest. He does got the harness, and then he just makes no sound, and then moves like the Grudge. That's basically the way Vico described him.
Demon spiders.
Yeah.
Interesting. Some very flexible armor and clothing that they've got on then.
Yeah. The armor seems the armor, or I guess the suit, seems more like padded clothing than anything. But in any case, yeah, these guys seem pretty sneaky.
Pretty poggers, my dude.
Oh my god. But yeah, so then after that, the party decided to go visit Date.
Uh-huh.
And Date was able to kind of share some more interesting info, in which he was able to talk about a few things. Some things such as the way the Tetsu Guard crackdown works is the crackdown, since this particular crackdowns usually kind of go on a district by district sort of close down. Like they don't shut down the whole city like they are right now. And if they do, realistically, they're not gonna be able to keep constant watch over all the cities like consistently. And so their biggest thing is that whatever big threat arises, they're all gonna try and contain it as soon as possible. And they typically will have a ring close around it. So
I'm back.
welcome back. So basically, to put it simply, if shit starts up somewhere near you, get out. Like, get out of that sub-district, get out of the district entirely if you have to. Because that's going to attract all the attention.
So we do this on purpose then, to attract the attention.
I suppose.
All right, I have
That
plans.
is a direction you could take that. Yes.
The other bits of info is two other things. One, that the Tetsu Slayer Force is part of the reason why the investigation force is shut down. Or at least that's how Date sort of put it in his own sentiment. He doesn't like him for that reason. And he was offered candidacy to join them, but he felt that was kind of rubbing salt on the wound, considering he was the captain of the investigation force, and just like, well, gee, let me work for the guys that put me out of a job.
Oh,
But he also further added that his 3 squad mates were all also invited for candidacy, but only one of them actually supposedly made the cut because the other 2 came back.
huh.
They were cut from the candidacy. And
Man,
the
here's your
one
cut.
the one that didn't, well, again, they haven't heard back from him, so supposedly this is the one guy who made the cut. He's described that he's not really a remarkable individual, if that makes sense. There's no outstanding talents. He wasn't like the best swordsman. He wasn't the fastest. He wasn't the smartest. Not to say that he was an idiot, but every one of them was, in some way they had something outstanding about them. But the guy that they haven't really heard back from, he's not really a very, he's a pretty average dude. And so the party we kind of retroactively had it. They wanted to know the information. They wanted to know where the whereabouts of the other 2 guys who, as I described, they're in the merry-go-round, enjoying retirement. But yeah, they're there. What was the other information? Oh yeah, Lamine got 2 new romance novels from Date after having a nice relaxing thing of tea. He's not much of a reader, but he was gifted 2 books, and he's like, I've read these enough, and I don't mind, sharing these.
Everyone's got romance novels these days.
Hey man.
Yasha feels left out.
And they are very important, very plot relevant romance novels. Totally important.
Filled with backstory, I hope.
Very important,
And
yes.
plot.
Yep.
Lots of plots. The first one is called The Swordmaster's Heart, and it's based on a true story from one of the older wars. Actually, it's from Brosnav's War of Sovereignty. I should have been more specific. It was the War of Sovereignty against Valvadiria, when they split from Valvadiria and said, we're going to be our own nation now. And Valvadiria is like, oh, no. And then Brosnav was going to be like, we're going to fight about it then. The story follows a young samurai warrior of great renown. He's no one that high up in the ranks, but he's from the old guard samurai. And he falls in love with this Vinton general, or not Vinton, I'm sorry, Valvadiri general.
Oh, Vinton General looks at what was that one Vinton General that actually is around?
Are you talking about Lady Agnew?
Yeah, it's like Lady Agnew, huh?
No, it's a classic Romeo Juliet case, pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah, the samurai warrior falls in love with a Valvadiri general. But it's supposedly based off of a true story. And it's based off of people who actually existed in that time. So supposedly, I guess there was a Valvadiri general and a Brosnov samurai who, I guess at one point during the war, had met. But yeah. The other book, which is called Midnight in the City, is a very recent work. It was also a gift that Homeboy did not like. Date straight up is just like, I don't like this book. It actually offends me.
Offends me.
Because The book, it's a spy romance novel. It's based around this lady who works for the technocrats. And it's kind of like her exploits during her time working as a spy. Both, you know, romantic and non-romantic exploits during this time. His beef with it it's loosely based around the time Date was in the Tetsu Guard, and it really, really talks poorly about the Tetsu Guard and calls parts of the Tetsu Guard rather incompetent and depicts them as rather brutish and crude. So you know he doesn't really
He's
like that.
It offends me.
He's like, I don't really like this. And he's like, I get we don't get a good name for ourselves, but this is just slanderous. But yeah. So those are the two very important, very plot relevant novels. He also hints, without giving away too much, that it also leads up to the era of the Syndicate, which is also kind of like, okay, well, I was clearly around for that, so you know, it's kind of being written about me, and the fact that they're talking about how the Tetsuguard are a bunch of fuckers means that this author is insulting me. So, he doesn't quite like that. And in fact, he probably won't be taking that book back if you give it back. However, the book is still coming out with more series.
Even if he didn't like it.
Even if he did, I mean, he's not gonna buy it, but it's the first it's a trilogy, I guess. It's the first in the trilogy.
Interesting.
But yeah, book's bad, talks bad about Tetsuguard.
Talk shit.
So yeah, that's kind of where we left off. Yasha is now logged in. He is no longer T-posing with you guys.
He glitches out a little bit, spawns like 10 feet in the air, goes and then lands on the ground face first.
Yep, he like T-poses for a second with his gun hovering just over his hand, and then he just pops into reality. Everything's attached to him.
He hits the ground and ragdoll bounces up before suddenly glitching back into position.
If you've ever played Saints Row,
Yeah, exactly like that.
going through the glitches and everything is just like, oh no,
Oh no.
oh no.
Oh,
Josh
no.
starts stretch out, starts walking
Oh.
like a giraffe.
Oh god.
It's like,
Starts making the Valheim deer noises.
Jesus. Those cursed deer noises.
Cursed
Anyways.
deer.
Yeah, so the party was just deciding on what to do next. Given
Yasha
the
is free to read any of those books, by the way, if he wants to.
Yasha will give him a try. Just out of curiosity, mostly later.
I'm sure Yasha would enjoy Lamid's books more than Mortar.
It's more like of errant curiosity more than like, oh, romance. More like, what is these romance novels?
Yeah, but I'm sure he's more curious about those than the properties of metal.
I'll roll for it later.
You
Yeah.
sure about that? Well, would Yasha be like, look at a book going, yes.
We'll roll for it later.
which
There's
book
still
are you
a lot
gonna
you-
look at?
There's still a lot you don't know about Yasha, so
True, but
he'll take a look at the Tetsu Guard book.
Oh, the Midnight in the City,
Yeah, or if the mean's already looking at that, he'll just take the other one.
the Swordmaster's Heart,
Yeah.
Yeah, I of those at the moment because she still has
the Omnibus.
an omnibus and the other book that she got last time.
Okay, evens or odds. Evens, it's a Swordmaster's Heart. Let's see. Where's the roll channel? It's the Tetsu Guard book then.
Midnight in the City.
have fun.
That is the one you're checking out.
Good stuff.
You know what else is good? The properties of metal.
The properties
yeah.
of metal. You learn about metal.
The moment Lamine looks at the title of that book, she almost falls asleep.
It was like a episode of Narcolepsy. She just takes one look at the title and is like, oh, it just flops over.
Border doesn't even need to
It's
spell
that- it's
sleep
that-
anymore for Lamine. He just
it's
shows
that
her a
bad.
book that's like, I don't know. I'm gonna look up a chemistry book now. Hold on.
You'll probably have like a high school textbook.
And you lost her.
Oh,
Like, mm.
Let's talk.
here's the good one.
Here's a real good subject
Chemistry.
from. I was gonna say, here's
Chemistry.
a good
what's it
subject
called?
for Lamine. Let's talk about four-line conics.
Ugh.
Chemistry, the molecular nature of matter and change.
You know I find chemistry less boring than earth science. Earth science is the most boring by far because I don't feel like any of that information is in the slightest bit valuable.
Earth science.
Chemistry, yeah, because chemistry can be kind of interesting. You're like, oh, okay, these are acids, these are like some chemicals. That's
Wait.
cool.
Are you talking about physical geography?
Yes, that kind of stuff. I call it earth science because there's many names for it, but typically it's like, let's talk about the soil and the sediment and the sediment makeup of this area, and it's just like, holy fuck.
Yeah. Both
'Cause it's so
subjects
sli-
to me are incredibly dry, but I do like geography, just not physical geography.
No, I mean geography's fine. Learning learning the history and locations of places, fun. Learning about the mineral composition of your local highlands. Oh,
Yep.
oh, God. It's not even chemistry, because chemistry you can learn some interesting things like the different molecular structures of fake sugar. It's like, okay, that's kind of dry, but
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I
And then
mean, there's also some more interesting stuff like mercury melts at room temperature.
Right. That's interesting. There's interesting things. You could not tell me an earth science fact. I'd be impressed if you could. That was interesting. And didn't
Interesting earth science.
because I guarantee you it'll just tell me something about the rocks, and I really don't care about the rocks.
I mean, just ripping off of Lamine's lap. I'm gonna say she finds all of it boring.
Yeah.
I looked
That's
it up.
personal
Number
opinion, really.
1 is Earth is the third planet from the sun in our solar system.
Wow. So interesting.
Wow!
That's not Earth science. That's
That's like that's more
Not even Earth science.
astronomy, or is this
yeah, astronomy.
uh,
That's astronomy.
It's either astronomy or astrology.
astrology is the horoscope
Oh,
shit.
Yeah.
It's horror.
Yeah.
That's the
Astronomy.
astronomy.
Astronomy is the study of the stars. No, it's that's astronomy. See, earth science is so boring they can't even get their subject correct.
Damn, bro.
It just,
Imagine being so boring that when people talk about earth science, they go, "So yeah, anyway, about the stars, real interesting." I'm like, bruh.
there are 70,000 different types of soil in the U.S.
Fucking wow. How is this gonna benefit my life anyway? None.
Man, that is just straight up. What am I supposed to do with this?
It's
There's
literally
five,
useless.
5 different fields of soil science. There's microbiology, pedology, ethology,
Etiology is
physics,
right. That's how I
and
feel.
chemistry.
All right. Let's bring it back to the session.
Okay.
Bullshit.
All right, we're gonna visit those dudes. Let's go visit those dudes.
Yes,
So-
now that I'm here, let's do things.
Let us do things.
I don't know exactly what.
Does
to do.
Lamine?
Hmm?
Let's go. Don't keep going. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm not really sure what to say to them though.
What about the Lamine
Like,
show?
I kind of know what to say, but I don't know how to lead.
Let's go find those dudes. They're
Alrighty.
somewhere in the merry-go-round, right?
Yep.
All right, let's go find them.
Okay.
The Dukes.
There are 2 dutes.
Yeah, we're gonna find 2 dudes. We need at least one of them.
Yep. Let's see. You will go to this one. So the first one you go to is rather tired out, worn out individual. His name by the name of Aoki.
Yuki.
Oh, he's a good he's a good wrestler, I think. If he's
Before we like get into
Oh.
this problem, I do want to
Hmm.
maybe discuss about how exactly we want to go about this.
hey yo, Aoki brother, speak to me.
I mean, Mordrin said, don't let him do the talking because you know how he was going to talk to them.
Yeah,
So,
I'm afraid the guy who said he didn't really care much for making leader characters right now must do the leader thing.
Do the
Buddy.
leader thing.
Buddy.
Well, you wanna have Mordor and Yasha talk? I mean, you could have Yasha talk, but
it's like, all right, choose the lesser of two evils. Are you going to stand in this shade, or are you gonna watch it burn?
are you gonna walk out into the sun?
Mm.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could have Yasha talk, but I don't think Yasha knows anything about this guy, so.
No, I mean we'll do the talking. That was not actually in question.
You and I was to say, at least for this campaign, it's not per usual. Yasha does a lot of talking too sometimes.
See? He got that Yasha
Yeah.
talk. And the
Even
Yasha
Mordrin
talk.
has some
It is his
talking.
own. It is his own brand of talking, though.
I mean
It's
he's actually
true.
like building it though. Like she's good
Yeah.
at it. I'm just wondering how we want to. I don't think we really want to make it obvious that. Although, I mean, they are Date's buddies, so maybe just knowing that, like he said that they could help us, might be enough.
Oh,
I
Date
don't
wouldn't
want
just
to.
send. I don't think Date would just send us to any old schmuck, to be honest.
Yeah.
So.
So as I mentioned before, these are like, these guys are more or less like Date's friends, basically. These are like his pals.
Not coworkers.
Yeah, they're not
Friends.
just like coworkers. These are like genuine friends that he's made. Given that, well, one, Date's that kind of, he's that kind of guy who'd actually be like close buddies with his coworkers.
But
The other thing that's kind of, I guess it's not really mentioned, but I'll kind of give this one to you. But the way the Tetsu squad, the way the squads are kind of, the way they work is your squads are like your battle brothers. Like you kind of more or less are, they're your unit, So they're not just like some schmuck from the office that you kind of know. Like you kind of know your squad members pretty well.
it's not like fucking Jake from accounting.
Yeah, fuck that guy. No, but
God.
they know each other on a fairly personal level. Like drinking buddies more or less.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the context that I wanted to kind of give you. That they're not, when Date says like these are his squad mates, like these are like people
God.
that he's pretty much like trained with, worked with, known personally for a fairly long time, and they don't really talk to each other much, mostly because, as he sort of mentioned, they're retired and he spent all of his savings on his business and on busting Walter out of prison. So it's a matter of if Date hadn't continued his career path of being an investigator, he probably would be retired with these guys, or still on the Tetsu force, the Tetsu guard,
Or both.
or both. But yeah, these guys pretty much
I mean,
just finished.
technically retired. You show up to the office and you hang out, but you really don't get assigned to much.
Yeah, you do more desk work. So yeah, that's sort of the context to kind of provide, they're your squad
And-
mates.
Also, as a reminder, the reason that we want to talk to them is because they will probably have insight on the training and capabilities of the Slayers.
Yep, because they were failed candidates.
They would line us up against the wall every week and punch our stomachs until we threw up. That was our toughness training.
Yep.
You know, if I play Kenshi, it just makes me think they would just pull some of the fucking stupid ass training maneuvers you would have to do in that game.
Lord.
You're like, all right, this week you're learning how to. We're training up your strength. So here's 100 kilograms of rocks, and I want you to walk around with a dead body in your arms for the next 8 hours.
Jesus.
It's like, what? Yeah, we're gonna raise that strength step through the roof, and you're gonna learn how to run.
Remember, if you can outrun the bone dogs, then you pass the test.
At worst, you lose a couple limbs if you don't pass. At best.
Just some permanent damage.
It's alright. It's only permanent damage. And then it's like, okay, what do you do for toughness training? Well, we strip you naked. We get a bunch of the prisoners with no weapons to just go and sock you over and over and over.
They just punch you until you pass out.
Sometimes they keep punching while you're passed out.
Yep. Tenderize them muscles.
Get them nice and hard for next time.
Jesus.
They're tenderized.
Yeah, no wonder these Tetsu guard are hard motherfuckers.
Yeah. Well, Tetsu Slayers.
Tetsu Slayers. No wonder they're such hard motherfuckers. They got
Yeah.
they got that Kenshi training regimen.
Yep. They all. That's what they do on that island that they all get sent to.
No wonder.
Every day
Fucking hell.
they get punched. They get punched till they're knocked unconscious, forced to carry dead bodies for days on end, and
God,
trained through the most intense
other
training.
nonsense.
The most inhumanely intense training just to make them the apex warriors.
God. Man, you do all that shit in Kenshi, you're not even an apex warrior. You're competent. Some shit, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. At the merry-go-round, it's the house that the place you're brought to is actually like a quaint little apartment off by the alleyway, away from the merry-go-round, a fair distance away. More so on the north side of the district, and a little bit out of the way. But it's seems like a quite quaint place. It's no mansion, that's for sure.
No mansion.
No mansion.
No mansion?
But
But-
it seems like the kind of place that a former Tetsu guard might, retire and live off of his life savings at.
Right. Alright.
All right.
An apartment, you said?
Quite a little apartment complex.
Okay. Do we have the actual proper address? of
Yeah.
The guy.
He Date gives you the full details. Like he tells you exactly where the
Can you
dude
imagine
lives.
it's just like, do we know where these guys is? No. Date is just like, they're over there.
Yep.
That's all you get.
Nah. He directs you to where they live exactly. So there's no you don't have much trouble going to find these guys.
Oh.
Because it's presumed that he probably pays some visits to these dudes too. Yeah, they are his buddies. So yeah, you guys
I will
go.
find the door and knock.
All right. You hear a call out and it says in a minute, and a cautious opening of the door reveals a rather a rather short man with a rather large beard and a very what's the word? A curious look about him. Very like, oh, who are you guys?
Hello. Would you
Or
be
snipe.
willing to offer us some advice? We are here by word of Date.
You're one of Date's friends?
We are.
Date's a good man.
Alrighty. Give me a sec. He briefly closes the door and you can hear him unlatch some of the locks on his doors and the little chain latch. and he opens it up, and inside you can hear the sound of some music being played from like a, I guess it's like something akin to like a vinyl player basically, or vinyl record player.
Oh, what genre, boss?
Um, heavy metal.
Heavy metal.
No, it's
I'm glad we both thought it was
Well, you
same
people
thought.
said it.
Yep. No, it's some like really nice calming music, something relaxing.
Ah, ska.
Yeah. But yeah, the man has a bit of a hunched demeanor. It looks like he's looks like he's actually a little bit on the older side. Um, and he welcomes you in. The place is, well, much akin to Date's own place, and how it's fairly small and cramped and filled with a rather older, more traditional style look to it. Yeah, it is kind of in the same vein. It feels very similar. Of course, it has more of a living space than an office space. Um, but you see him kind of like moving stuff around and making seats for you. He's like, "So, what could some buddies of old Date be calling up an old friend for? Hmm? I don't suppose he's gotten himself into trouble with that business of his, has he?"
Nothing serious anyway. Trouble is sort of the business of him, after in a manner of speaking. But no, he's doing fine.
Yeah, well, as fine can be. I swear, that man is a complete idiot. But he's got a good heart.
I think both statements are reasonable to make.
I'm glad you agree. Now then, what can I do for you?
It might be something of a touchy subject, but I would like to inquire after the particulars of Slayer Force recruitment.
Ah. Getting right down to it then, huh?
Date seems to trust you, so I will.
Well, Date sure gets some weird folks that he comes across. I suppose I'd be
Looked at
considered one of
Yasha.
them.
Just,
Boy, Yeah.
Boy.
I suppose I could count as one of them. Still. Ugh, goodness gracious. So he'd been talking about those Slayer folks. Well, I suppose it makes sense, considering they're bringing out the whole thing with this crackdown. Ah, jeez. I knew these rat bastards weren't any good. Oh well.
Rat bastard.
I see he has a very high opinion of them.
Well, I mean, they did cost him his job. And
know.
then he also got rejected by their candidacy.
I know. It's just funny.
So, his opinion is well, it's his opinion. You know. But he does have some insight to share. Which is to say quite a bit actually. The candidacy is rather interesting. When the whole branch shut down, he said that everybody in the branch was offered a position at in the candidacy, and that the program was something that was new, it was coming up, and they basically, the whole idea of it is that they wanted an elite, a more elite force than what the Tetsu Guard was bringing. To which he then kind of scoffs and said, "It's kind of fucking stupid." You're like, "I don't get it. We were doing fine without these guys. Why do we need this? Why don't we just upgrade the Tetsu Guard instead of just take money away from them?" Like this is they decided to, the way he kind of feels, he puts it is, if they had rather put more support to the Tetsu Guard rather than just shut it down completely, maybe they didn't need it in the first place. And they'd be able to handle more problems as just the Tetsu Guard. But then he kind of dismisses it, and he's like, well, I'm not the one in charge of the money. He then goes about deliberating about the candidacy itself. The program is cut into several factors, several subgroups, which the head of the candidacy program and their guys basically weed out from the candidates. So they kind of tested you and they assessed on where you'd be specialized and best suited for. So you didn't exactly get to pick what job you got.
You just assigned.
Yeah, you just got assigned. Um, but there were several programs that they had in mind, all with very interesting code names. As some of the news has kind of deliberated, which was kind of more or less what their call signs are called. So the one that everyone is most familiar with is the Tengu Force. And those guys were the ones one of his buddies was going to try and apply for, or at least he seemed to have the aptitude for, but they said that he didn't have the aptitude for the Tengu Force, and instead assigned him to something else. And then said that they were going to continue further assessing his skills. They also mentioned that there was a big psychological part of the assessments, that they, before they even begun actually like physically exercising and testing candidates, they were doing a lot of psychological screening, which is
Makes sense.
very, very strange actually for him as a Tetsu guard, because for them, when they were being tested, for psychological stuff, they were very, I wouldn't say light, but they were very to the point. It felt like they were looking for a lot of extra information and detail that just kind of was like,
But why though?
yeah, it seemed like they were asking, like, there was a lot of like assessments where they were just sitting and having like candidates ask, like, going through lots of very menial, mundane questions, lots of like logic questions, very, very mundane things such as like problem solving, like basic math, and he's just like, well, okay, we already know how to do this, and we got in through the Tetsu, through the Tetsu Force. Why are we being tested over this again, and like with even greater detail? The one thing he did mention was the one thing he does also add is there are several branches. I kind of mentioned that there were several branches, several subgroups. So there's the Tengu. The other ones are the Ogre. And then one other one he knew was called the Leadership Program, but they also called it the Oni. And they were very, like, everyone was trying to get in through Oni, but they said they only took like only a very, very small group for that, and that the people that they did handpick was like tiny. It was a very, very small group.
Based purely on psych profiles, or?
Well, physical as well, but it seems like compared between the two, probably the psych profiles.
They're picking through and looking for. Did it seem like they were looking for very specific psych profiles?
He's not entirely sure. Mostly because whatever the profiles he didn't. The long short of it is he didn't make it past that phase.
Right. But,
they clearly were looking for something in particular for all of them.
I guess specifically is. All right. My idea is that from the questions were they asking, were they looking for well-adjusted people, or were they perhaps looking for not-so-adjusted people? Because you can kind of discern that from the question sometimes.
He
You
kind
know,
of pauses about that, and he thinks about it. It's like, you know what?
because there are questions you can ask somebody, be like, oh, are you, do you feel violent tendencies or something like that? But if you
Hmm.
start asking too many questions in like one particular direction, it's almost as if they're asking, like, they're looking for people with certain psychological tendencies.
Yeah. I mean, if you do ask him about that, he kind of is just like gonna say, I didn't really think about it like that.
Yeah, Yashua just proposed that. It's like, perhaps they're looking for, certain psychological tendencies, not so much that they're looking for well-adjusted people.
Hmm. Well, if
That's
they were
maybe
looking for
something.
crazies, I'm sure there's plenty of folks out there. But I
Yeah,
guess
but
that means I
finding
passed the test on being
being normal.
being normal.
But that
It
said,
may have been a blessing to not be accepted.
Hmm.
yeah, but that said, it is something to consider. As many crazies there are certain flavors of crazy. So
Mm-hmm.
perhaps certain kinds of crazy would be good for certain things.
Indeed. Well, sadly, I didn't get that far into it, but I can tell you there's several programs, and of the ones there's, like I said, there's the Ghost, the Tengu, Ogre, and then Oni. There was another program, but they said that that one was not available for elect, which means that the candidates can request for it and be assessed for it. And that one they said that the program is hand selected by the coordinators. Meaning to say, uh, you only know it because you know it. You're allowed to know.
Yeah.
But they said that there was one other branch, and then not even the candidates were given any know-how. But
Interesting.
yeah, and they weren't really given any specifics other than the Oni program, which was like the Oni program is the quote unquote it's the leadership program. So these are for individuals of distinguish, and much like that other program, which wasn't really specified, they said that one has to be hand selected by coordinators and requires further testing. Um, More physical aptitude testing, but you know, lots of testing. But he didn't even make it past that, so he got rejected.
Okay.
And so yeah, that's pretty much more or less. Is there anything else you want to ask from him?
Uh, what's ogre? Is actually what I would like to know. What's ogre about? What's their thing?
Ogre. Well, I was originally gonna consider signing up for Ogre actually,
Ogre.
but those guys will. I suppose those guys tend to, as they put it, they are the, in their words, frontline heavy mechanized operators.
Ooh.
They're the ones with they're the suit operators. Okay.
So
Do
That
they get do they get to prepare for Titanfall?
yes, no, but that's all we really got is that they required from them is that they were looking for individuals of remarkable renown, whatever that meant to them, and that were able to carry out tasks and work with rather difficult, complicated machinery. The job sounded fun, and personally for me, anything that had me going out on the field and doing field work was more than fine. I kind of found desk work rather boring. Unlike Date, he seemed to be more content with sitting behind a desk.
Yeah. Yasha is visibly disgusted.
Mm.
Not
Oh.
like, horribly disgusted, but more like, oh, why would you do that?
Oh, you thought Date was a wild one back then, huh? No, he was a rather well, he's a peacemaker by nature, so naturally anything that keeps him out of conflict was something that he preferred. However, his position as captain forced him out of that most of the time anyways, even if it was as an investigator. Though I suppose the investigation part was what kind of kept him in a nice sort of state of balance, being able to work on his swordsmanship while also managing things in a, well, relatively peaceful setting. The man was rather disarming, and I don't just mean with with his fighting.
Blade.
Yeah, he preferred to take things peacefully, and if he didn't, well, he wouldn't hesitate with handling things with force. That's for sure. Good to know he's still at least trying to keep the peace by any means, just like the old days, I suppose. For me, I suppose between my time in the Tetsu Guard and just overall, can't help but wanted to cause, well, not so much cause trouble, but at least flash my blade every now and again and keep the peace. I'm a little bit more assertive in that manner. So, naturally, something like the Ogre Force just seemed right for me. But, I suppose they needed someone with a bit more, or, I guess a bit less tact.
Yacht.
Perhaps. Okay. No other questions come to mind at the moment.
Nothing else?
No. I think that was the last thing that I was curious about. Because overall, I think we can kind of get an idea of like skill sets from the other stuff, or at least we have an idea of skill sets.
Meh.
I guess the only question would be the fifth one, but he doesn't have any information on that. So
Yep.
what to do there?
If you haven't done so already, I suggest you pay Brugo a visit. He's our
Oh,
other candidate that dropped out.
Bruno, huh?
He
Brugo.
was also brought up, yes.
Yep.
Bruno.
No, Brugo.
Giorno.
Brugo.
Brugo. I hope he's not large and strangely shaped.
Okay,
No.
I woke up to you say I thought you said Bruno, and I immediately went. We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh my god.
I haven't even watched that movie.
We don't talk about Bruno.
But
In any
anyways, go on.
case, yeah. He recommends you take a stop at Brugo's. He got further into the program, so he can tell you more. But
Worth a
he's
cheeky peek.
he hasn't been really as sociable as since that program.
Interesting. Strange that might be.
What's strange?
That he's not as sociable as he used to be after the program. Insinuating that something happened that altered him.
Yeah, dude, trust me. It's been on my mind for a little bit now that maybe they're doing something. After the description that Vico had about that dude, that's when I was like, they might be.
They might not be so human anymore.
I think Yasha's inquiry on the mental thing is probably, it could be spot on. They're looking for people that are easily manipulated.
Easily been manipulated or they're altered or
Yeah. So yeah, that is on my mind as well. That they might be messing with people in some manner. But I guess I'll have to find out.
Alrighty.
We will bid him farewell and thank him for his time, and then go find Brugo.
Yep. If you do pay him a visit, be mindful of your tone. The man, I suppose, has he gets bouts of sicknesses fairly easily, which may be also part of why he doesn't quite come out and talks as much.
Sickness?
Oh, the man was healthy as a horse, but let's just say he often spends a lot of his times just bedridden rather.
Odd.
Well,
That's really interesting considering that the Tetsu Slayer Force don't think they're really looking for people who are in their sick beds, you know? Interesting.
I guess we'll be finding out.
Yep. You head off to Brugo's.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, he's on the west side of the merry-go-round, closer to the exit of the district, but still kind of away from the main circle plaza. But much.
What was
Hmm?
that British guy's name? What was it? Let me write it down.
Oh, the first guy that you talked to?
Yeah.
Aoki.
How doth I spell that?
Aoki.
Oh, okay.
I know a Steve Aoki.
Oh,
Makes good music.
but what about an AO?
Ao? The dragon?
Yep.
The Sky Dragon?
AO the Sky Dragon, yeah.
You know, every time I see that card and the way you pronounce it, I want to stick googly eyes on Ao.
Yeah.
Like, and then I'm looking in that direction, be like, Ao?
God.
Ao, the dank dragon.
The Dank Dragon. You head off to Brugo's place, and much in the similar, not exactly the same, but like fairly similar. It's not an apartment complex, but it's like a small little house, of a similar construction and size. So another not so big spender for their home, living off of their retirement. You find Brugo's home. Brugo is a half orc, by the way, and a close friend of Date and Aoki.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'll do the same as before. I will knock.
Oh, cool.
yep. There's a brief pause for a little while, not really a response, but then in a bit of a hushed tone, you hear from the other side, "Who's there?"
Friends of Date.
Melanie, we are here by recommendation of Aoki and Date. We were hoping you'd be able to help us with something.
You know Date and Aoki?
We do. We just came from Aoki, in fact.
You hear you hear the latches of the lock slowly click open and the door cautiously open up, and you see this half-orc giving a very wary look about you guys,
Looks up at him.
and then he invites you in.
Lean is her usual disarming self.
With that, the man, in the same vein, invites you in, hobbles off to his living room, and kind of tries to not in the same not in the same speed or effort as Aoki try to fix up the place a little bit as he sets up.
Obviously, unless these two have something, don't want to, we enter.
Yep. Yeah, you guys are allowed in. So
Yeah,
We'll get
I
all.
understand this guy completely.
That's with my life.
and he does ask. He's like, so what can I do for you guys? He does this and he seems kind of distracted as he's kind of talking with you.
We are curious about the Slayer Force, if you do not mind talking about it.
The Slayer Force. Well, I was a candidate for them, but I dropped out. I didn't really make the cut.
It is
The other two have said
an
as much.
average day.
Oh God, wrong video. I'm trying to find this thing. Sorry, I'm like trying to change themes. Sorry, you were saying?
Let me know, just mentioning that they didn't bring that up. Like, kind of like we getting across. We kind of have an idea of the circumstances
Mm-hmm. Oh,
on him and Aoki like being candidates, but both getting rejected.
oh, you do? You, why? Are you looking to join the candidacy?
Not exactly.
Oh, good. You shouldn't.
Not
It's,
bad.
it's tough stuff. Really hard to get in. Not really worth it.
We were mostly looking for information on the different organizations within.
He, um, he still seems fairly distracted, but he's trying to like pay attention. He's just like, yeah, they've got they've got
Lemine's
some
being very
subgroups. Um, I could tell you a little bit about the programs. They've got a few. They got they got Tengu, there's Ogre,
Pingu.
Oni, and Ghost. Those are the ones
What's
you
a
can apply for.
Which one had you been trying to get into?
I was gonna get into, well, I was gonna get into Tengu, but
Pingu.
they said that I wasn't apt for that.
Yasha simply tilts his head in response.
About what, the Tengu thing? Is that what Yasha was curious?
Yeah, he tilted his head in response to the him not being apt for Tengu. Like, but why? You seem apt.
Oh, I see.
Well apt, kind of thing.
No,
Very
not according to the coordinators. No, they said I wasn't cut for it. But they said I was cut for other stuff, so they kept me in. I was not fully out of the program.
But you were ultimately rejected altogether anyway.
Yeah, I failed the final stretch of the test. Or I suppose the half of the final stretch. And
Final stretch.
they had let me go.
Hmm.
Before I continue, I just want to make it clear that if you feel uncomfortable talking about anything in particular, you are free to stop.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. He's still very distracted. You're gonna need to make a persuasion check if you want to ask any further questions.
I do.
I will. Where's my score?
Could assist. It's not great, but could assist.
The 17. Go ahead and ask away.
This final stretch. What exactly occurred during it?
Well, there's psychological screenings throughout the entirety of the program from the early stages of candidacy, and then when you're picked for a specific program or pick a specific program and you're admitted into it, they do constant, frequent, and regular screenings. It's rather difficult at, well, somewhat. A lot of the things they ask you are not really difficult questions, but there gets to be a lot. Then they do a lot of physical training. They bring you out into the Isles, way out in the ocean. It's pretty far, but they have a lot of physical apts challenges that makes it rather difficult for a lot of the candidates. I remember the first day they had half of us gone.
Are the was it the what would it be? The first part is the psych test, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Although what he's saying is once you get past the psych test, they
Yeah.
do more.
More psych tests?
Yeah, they do another psych test once you get into a program.
I'm curious, Mr. Bruco, are these psych tests, do you remember the kinds of questions they would ask?
Yep, I also.
Persuasion.
I would like to be trying to get a read on this guy too, kind of like. I mean, I'm basically, asking him to do insight, but I want to
Time to roll like hot garbage.
see what I can just gather from his mannerisms.
That's
and
not terrible. A 12.
how he's
12.
talking.
12.
He says almost kind of in earnest that it's rather difficult for him to recall most of it.
Understandable.
A lot of what happened in the training is a bit of a blur. It's fairly difficult to kind of recall most of the training, other than it was like a lot of incredibly intense exercise, which he kind of describes in some details. He says he remembers lots of like really, really difficult exercises that he kind of says like even in the Tetsu guard they weren't doing this kind of stuff. Like not quite like carrying around a dead body for days on end, like in Kenshi, but they were doing,
It's not just carrying a dead body. You fucking have to like pack your stupid fucking pockets and bags with like fucking 100 kilograms of like bullshit.
Yeah.
After you do that, then you pick up someone's like fucking corpse. It doesn't have to be living.
Mm-hmm.
It can be. You just have to pick up a body and then you run around for the next like 5 hours, and this is how you level up your strength. It's like some insane bullshit. Yeah, just go run in the desert with like 300 kilograms like weighing you down. That's how you level strength. It's like, what the fuck. Yeah.
Did you want to roll an insight check, by the way? Lamine?
Yes.
Okay.
Mean is
Can I run?
No,
I want to
roll
roll a Mooderin check.
medicine and
Oh,
psychology.
do you?
I would-
Cause he would be distracted.
What's
I
he
would like
distracted with?
remember to get from.
Good question.
Wow, nothing. Apparently, good, nice one.
Nothing. Sorry, nothing.
Well,
I
that's
think more like Mortar would be distracted by his own mind. He's clearly thinking of something.
And I guess the same for Lamine. She's distracted with her own mind or something as well.
I was pretty good at this, but
Well, I mean, we all have our moments. Lamine's just in a different place at the moment.
It's kind of hard to get a bead on what's going on in this guy's head for you.
unfortunate. All right.
But anyways, kind of continuing off the information, he does say that there was one part of the activity, he said, in which they were assigned squad mates, and he says he can't really remember too much about it, but he does say that there was something going on. It was kind of like he kind of really gets off track a lot, and he kind of starts reminiscing. It's like me and the guys, would be squad mates, and you kind of wanna fight and make sure that you've got each other's backs, So you work with your squad mates, and you keep working with them.
I think at that point, Mortar is gonna do his. Oh my god. I'm going to fucking regret this, but he's going to cast Detect Thoughts,
Tech thoughts.
and he will pry deeper if he can. So
Okay.
basically, initial like, you'd get the initial, surface thoughts, and if I want to pry deeper, it's a Wisdom save.
Are you gonna pry deep?
Yeah, he is, but let me know the
DC.
initial thoughts. The DC is a 15. But initial thoughts are fine. That's probably enough
Oh yeah,
for
he
Morgan
fucking
to get a beat.
fails.
Oh god.
But this man's initial thoughts, it's very spotty. The way he's just, it's even in his thoughts, it's hard to like think, and it almost seems like he's like thinking. It's hard to really describe it, but it feels like he is thinking, but he's like thinking in three places, but also at the same time he can't focus on all three places.
His mind is spotted.
Yeah,
He's fucking out.
he's really like this dude's got some
He-
scatterbrain.
He's out of it, but it doesn't seem to be of his volition.
So deeper thoughts. So can give me some more details on what that really does.
If
kinda-
it fails, you gain insight to its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. Such as something it worries over, loves, or hates.
I guess in this particular context, I suppose the large looming thing would be, the Tetsu Guard training program in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Since we're
thinking
bringing
about
that
it,
to
and
focus.
he's kind of his thoughts are really like crossing between like he's thinking on like his squad mates like Date and Aoki and the other one, and then he's also thinking about the squad mates he was working with in the program, and he's thinking about those guys, and it's like, but those parts of those thoughts are really difficult for him to like. It's hard for you to like process what he's thinking about, but he's thinking about like a lot of the things is like it's a lot of like survival training, like lots of really intense training, like okay, we need to get through these problems, we need to deal with this thing in the training, and it's a lot of like how do we do this, and the one thing that's very very noticeable, especially when you kind of look at these two underlying thoughts, is like which is kind of fairly distinct, is in his thoughts as he's reminiscing about Date and his Tetsugard squad mates. It's very how do I do my part for my squad mates versus how do we function. It's very I versus we. And so there's a distinct sense of like there's not a lot of individuality in him when he's thinking about his
It's I in the way of what can I do, is, or less I as in me, I as in what can I do for X.
Yeah. Well,
Like
Well-
almost to the point of fanaticism of I give my life to the X.
by the way, it does specify that he knows that I'm probing his mind. Unless I basically contest with an intelligence check.
Oh.
TLDR. But unless if
contest that.
he's even cognizant.
He is. So let's make that
Evil
int
dude.
check.
Int fight.
Alright.
Int fight.
Int fight.
However, he is scatterbrained, so
21.
oh yeah, no, nope. He doesn't even come close.
He's so lost in his thoughts he barely registers the probing, I guess.
Yep.
Oh, he doesn't at all. Actually, it seems.
What's up?
Wait, what's
For
up?
me?
Yeah, what'd
What?
you say, Lamine?
Oh no, I was saying that he doesn't register it at all. Actually,
Yeah,
Because-
he doesn't even pick up on it. It's
Yeah,
like
that's what I was saying. He's so lost in his thoughts he didn't even realize he's being probed. He's gone.
Yeah.
yeah, the way of thinking is very. I guess for lack of a better term, it's almost like it's a hive-minded thought.
Yeah, no, Morton does not like this.
Interesting.
But
I mean, you probably could definitely catch on that Morton does not like what apparently whatever is going on in his mind.
Another thought that kind of arises is, well,
We
he's
don't
not.
even know your. We don't know your mind probing to be TBH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though
Um.
knowing Lamines is just in sight. She could definitely see Mordorin's demeanor change,
What
as if
inside of a
he
one?
did something.
Apparently not
Just,
with that one.
you know what? Fair.
That's like with Lamine insight. You mean the one?
Yep.
You know what? Fair.
One I just rolled.
The one other arising thought that kind of comes up is that he's kind of thinking like, my head is starting to hurt. I'm going to need to take my medicine soon. So that's the other
Medicine?
thought that comes up to him as
You
he's
need
like,
medicine?
jabbering on about
Yeah.
how he's like, kind of reminiscing about his squad mates, but also talking about how like, the importance of overcoming obstacles together and stuff like that. It's very
I think with that, Morden will immediately turn to Lamine and just tell oh, actually, would he verbalize it? I don't think he would. It would just be in her mind then. Just like, almost like out of left field, just tell Lamine, stop her questioning. We're leaving.
Yasha, however, will go over like medicine. May I?
No, this is in his mind, right? That was his
yeah.
thoughts, right? Or
This
did he
was
say it out
this was
loud?
in his thoughts.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I
Morden
see.
would just be like, immediately to Lamine, just like, we're leaving. We're stopping the questions now and we're leaving.
I
What?
will bring a gentle halt to the questioning then. Just kind of like ease off of it. I'm not gonna like just cut it off, but
Yeah.
you know.
He seems to
Yeah, like-
be
I think we've gotten all the information we need. I think. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
he has a very kind of lost look, and he's like, "Oh, are you sure?"
Yeah.
Yasha
Yeah.
is confused.
Yeah. I think Morden might try to like tip them off a little bit, being like, "Yeah, you don't look so good. Do you happen to the other guy told us that you can be a little sick. Is there some sort of medication that you generally take? It looks like you might need that."
Roll persuasion.
This isn't gonna end well, but that's alright. An 8.
8.
8.
Crazy 8s.
Crazy 8s.
That being said, he's kind of like, oh, well, yeah, I told them I don't really feel too good most days. It's, since the program, I've been having to deal with a lot of sick days, a lot of days where I just have to just sleep off and rest. They did give me something to kind of help me with this. And it's this special medicine that I get from them, so it's at least helping. Gets me through most of my weeks. It's it's good stuff.
Do you mind terribly if I look at that medicine?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Can I do it? Can I do it? I'm super curious, but no, the game says no.
Oh.
6.
Yeah.
You know what?
The-
I'm gonna give you
the spell-
advantage on that,
Okay.
mostly
The
because he's
spell does go on for a
scatterbrained.
minute, so if
Oh, all right
oh
then.
jeez, okay. I was gonna be like, I could probably glimpse at what the medicine is, but with that nat 20, go for it, man.
Yeah. Well, in his empty-headedness, since he's kind of, not really all
Yeah.
there, he says like, yeah, let me, I should take it actually. So yeah, let me go get it. And so he goes and he sifts through his, he goes into like his little kitchen and he sifts through some cupboards, and he comes up with like a little like, it's like a thin can, like a can that's like, about a cup, like an inch and a half, like tall, but
a
it's very
small
wide.
can.
Yeah, it's like almost like a sardine can, like, except it's a rounded sardine can or rounded tuna can, and it's got a screw cap to it, and he unscrews it and he says, "I take a little bit of this every day," and they actually send me in an extra shipment just to help me. So that didn't make the cut, but at least they're handy enough. It's kind of really essential part of the training, actually, now I'm thinking about it. and he
Medicine's
unscrews
essential
it.
to the training?
Um,
Well, that's more. That Yasha kind of says that under his breath. It's not really to anything or addressing anything.
Yep. Um, and so he unscrews it, and it's this green powder-like substance that he like takes a small little spoon that's in there, and he kind of like takes a couple scoops, and he just downs it right there.
Oh
Can
man,
I-
he got game ups. Wow.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
Like
What's up?
what was your question?
I was gonna say, can I like make a medicine check to perhaps attempt to identify or even, Yasha sniff to see if there's.
Does this seem familiar at all to Lamine? Is it
Make
weird?
medicine checks.
Medicine check.
Medicine check.
Medicine check. Y'all can
That's-
make medicine checks. It's a 12.
I have a 12.
Sure, why not? Sure, why not? The dice does not like you, hun.
That's
Today.
normal.
It is not a high
know-
high roll day. Hey, Lamine's got it.
Lamine knows.
Yeah, you guys have a really difficult time to notice, but as weirdly as it seems, like you're not too familiar with it, given that you're not really, too knowledgeable in things about Brosnov. However, this particular bit of detail kind of does stick out for you, in some capacity or another. And you kind of almost, not quite aptly, but you kind of come to the conclusion that you think this is a substance called vermilion glass, also known as green glass, hence the green colored hue. And you don't know too much about it, but long time ago, I would say like sometime before the Syndicate was a thing, they used to have this stuff in droves in Brosnov. Like you could get it anywhere. And it was kind of more or less labeled as like a wonder drug.
Interesting.
Like you took this with everything.
And you'd be hunky dory.
Yep, you'd be fine. It was kind of a use for everything kind of thing. Not feeling too great? You take this stuff. Then that'll fix your day up. Have a headache? Take this stuff. You're thinking you're not getting enough weight gains in the gym? Take this stuff. Feeling down and
Like
depressed?
Robitussin.
Yeah, it's the it was literally like a use for every situation kind of medicine.
I see, it's one of those medicines.
Yeah, quite literally, like it is the wonder drug. But after a time, it just kind of it stopped being a thing in Brosnov. Just almost like, I wouldn't say suddenly, yeah, for lack of a better term, it was kind of suddenly they just stopped selling it everywhere. But yeah, about 10 or more like closer to 15 years ago, it was just they stopped selling it. But for a small stretch of time, it was all over the place in Brosnov.
The weird energy drink stuff at that gym. What color was it?
As a DM, I actually don't remember.
Okay, that's fine.
But that is something that might be worth keeping in mind.
I am now curious on if there's a connection that I will be looking into for sure. Oh boy. Okay.
But yeah.
It's a vivid purple.
So the light green powder substance into the canister, there it is. He takes a couple scoops of it, and he instantly goes from his very distracted and very to a much more mellowed state, and he seems a lot more relaxed. But he's still kind of not all there.
Not all there, but he seems better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He seems less nervous and more.
Or-
He seems less nervous and less like skittish and more just like no thoughts, head empty.
My part of me wants to take the rest of that can, even if it's empty.
Oh no, it's still full up. It's just he just takes a couple scoops of it and he's like, all right, down the hatch,
Part of
and
me
then
wants
seals it
to
back up.
take that can.
I was gonna say, I think simply knowing of its existence, I think, is a huge step in the right direction.
Yeah, but Mordrin kind of wants that can, but at the same time, it's just like, I
Mordrin,
mean,
don't go stealing from people.
exactly. Mordrin doesn't want to steal from people.
Nah, steal from him.
You're the DM. Stop encouraging bad behavior.
Do crime.
Mom, stop suggesting bad behavior. Imagine your dad. Don't make sure you break up. You're like leaving the house. Your dad's like, make sure you rob a bank on the way home.
Yeah,
like,
rob that bank.
Dad, I'm trying to be a good citizen. Son, don't forget your bag of cocaine before you go.
Oh my god.
I mostly wanna have some of it because I do have a poisoner's kit. Don't fucking ask where I got that from, by the way. But I do have it.
Didn't you
I'm
start
not-
with that?
Possibly,
I'm
or
not
I might have
positive-
bought it for some reason.
I'm not positive. Knowledge of poison might. I mean, maybe. I feel like it might be more of a medicine or.
It might be more of a medicine, but I know we have people that I think we have somebody with a. Actually, I don't know if we do have somebody with an herbalism kit.
I have an herbalism kit.
Oh,
Come on.
right. That just made my desire to at least steal the can. At least steal some of it. Maybe not the whole can itself, but that's gonna be harder.
I got that dank herb, son.
I think we can safely pass over that at the moment.
I think we could find this elsewhere, to be TBH. I honestly don't think it's gonna be that. Yeah, look, the Tetsu guard's got a lot of fingers in a lot of things. I don't think they're gonna be relegating
look like
illegal or hard to find drugs to
That's
people.
not like it's prescribed anyway. It's just there's not a lot of it, so.
You could just ask him for just a little bit of it.
No.
Sure.
I mean,
If nobody's gonna stop Mordrin,
No.
you'll be like,
Communicating. We're gremlins, and we're gonna act like gremlins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lamine is a gremlin, but not that kind of gremlin.
Mordrin will just straight up ask if he can have some.
Yasha looks at you, Mordrin, like, you can ask that?
Yo, can I get a hit of that?
Yeah, it's like, yo, can I get a hit of that? Except he's
And
not gonna
and-
actually eat it.
And Yasha looks like, you can ask that? You know,
God, we don't need Yasha to think he can just ask that.
just like it's that energy of like the manager telling a customer to get the fuck out, and the employee is just like, you could do that?
Dude, you can just tell that to customers? You can just tell them to fuck off?
Me. But no, yeah, just, oh my god, you can ask that? Looking at Mordrin.
I mean, we're about to see what the reaction is. It's like,
Are you asking them for a little bit?
Yeah.
Persuasion.
So for a hit of that good stuff.
I fucking hope this doesn't work. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, he's just like still kind of empty-headed. He's like, "Huh? Oh, yeah. And he unscrews the cap and he gets a
He
tiny
mellows
little
right the fuck out.
little spoonful and he just holds it up for you and he's like, "There you go."
Yeah,
Stick it in a herbalism pouch.
yeah, basically just like take out one of Yasha's little herbalism pouches, put it inside. Like, thanks.
Lamine does not like this drug so far.
Yasha is still like, you can ask people for drugs?
Yasha's just losing his mind over on the phone. Like, whoa.
Thanks. Okay. That should be all right, Lamine.
Yes.
Is there
Okay.
anything else you needed to know?
No,
No.
we're good. You go to
What?
sleep.
What
We have
color's
sugar.
the sky, man?
You have been very helpful. Ignore these two. But yeah.
He does
good.
recall one other thing that he will tell you. I made a little will check and he passed it. That he says, "Oh, yeah, this stuff we used for training. It's to help us with our squad mates. We we think the same thing that way with our squad mate, so that we know how to best cover each other's backs. Very potent. I'm gonna go lay down now.
Please.
And with that, he just kind of just completely ignores you and hobbles away to his bed.
I guess
Let's go.
we're seeing ourselves out then. All right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Yasha being like, I'm not like this when I'm sleepy, right?
No, there's definitely something going on. I did not like what I saw.
He is terribly troubled.
Ugh. Sometimes I wonder if my brother was right.
Imagine your brother being right.
No, you don't want that. Trust me. Anyways. Well, we have more information about how they do things.
Yep. And with that, that's the conclusion of that. At least conversing with Brugo.
Yep. I think Mortar just wants to go
Oh
home.
no.
After that, it's like, all right, we gotta lay down all this shit and
Yeah,
start preparing for our journey.
I think having a debrief for ourselves is a good thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess back to the apartment we go. God, my voice is starting to die.
Oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Killed it.
Yeah, make
Yep,
it back to the apartment.
we go. Yep.
Let me make a voice save.
No.
What is that, a con check?
Yes,
Well, would it be contract?
but you roll it. But you roll it by shouting.
Oh god. Buddy.
There you go.
I'm
Passed.
watching this fish literally rub its head against a log.
Oh,
It's
Sure, buddy.
speaking of head empty.
head empty, no
fish.
thoughts.
He's looking at me too. He's like, I have no thoughts, mom.
It's Brugo.
Rubbing... we go back. We see he's like rubbing his head on a bedpost, like,
Yep.
oh, so good.
Rubbing his
It
head on his
looks like
chair.
he's having fun out over there.
Maybe
Um,
we should just like,
In any case, yeah. You return back to the apartments. It wasn't too much time since, so Lyko and Tessa are still sleeping.
do we
Oh.
want to go back to their apartment or our apartment?
I am okay with ours, honestly.
Yours is actually a bit further. Lyko and Tessa's is actually closer. Because it's...
Yeah. I guess it's up to you if you want to debrief over at theirs or just go back to ours.
It doesn't. We just need a place that we can chill at, so we'll go
Yeah.
to Tessa's. We don't need
Yeah.
we don't need our apartment. So
There
we'll
is,
just
as I mentioned before, the Tetsu guard aren't as aggressive as they were at night.
yeah, it's really
However,
more
they
like
are more
proximity.
trigger happy.
You're happy. Yeah.
It's
blast
mainly
everything.
close to us, so
Yeah. Meaning they're not really actively coming after you guys, but if they have a reason, they're gonna come out if there's a commotion or problem. But yeah, you make it back to Tessa's place. The couple are still sleeping.
that's why.
That's his place. What about our place?
I mean,
It's
it's
further away.
Yeah.
Tessa's like right
Oh,
here.
I see.
Yeah,
'cause
just
you
for a
guys were at the
debriefing.
merry-go-round.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter where we go. That's why I went to Tessa's because it's closer. Like,
Yeah.
might as well. We just
Yeah.
needed a place to kind of chill out and discuss things.
Yeah.
I crawl in through the window,
Ah,
Lyco style.
of course.
Lyko style.
Of course.
I will
Yeah.
chill on the couch.
Cool.
Where Lemmy generally likes to just hang out at Tessa's. Back on the couch.
Well, if we're just chilling right now, I think Morton's going to start working on the thing that he's going to be working on.
Yasha flops down on the couch next to Lamine and busts out the powder.
No.
Just does start doing lines on the table.
Not the
Please
powder coming out from the guy, but white powder. And Yasha just starts going crazy.
Oh
Oh
god.
no.
No.
He got into the baking soda again. Oh, hey, Pie.
God.
Pupil is bigger than the other as well.
Oh
God. Well, he's your son.
No, he busts up the green powder and he's just looking at it like, what the fuck is this stuff?
Vermilion. It's green glass or vermilion glass.
Oh, we shouldn't. I know Tessa's tired of asking these sort of questions, but we should really ask her about this when she wakes up.
She'll
feel like
definitely
Mike
know about
might
this.
see it. Her or
She's
Mike?
an alchemist, I would hope so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They'll both know about this fairly well, though more
boy.
so Tessa, I think.
Yeah, but we'll have to.
Yeah.
We're not rude player characters in a JRPG, so we're gonna wait for them to wake up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which
Well-
is standing over them in their bed, going, "Hey, I completed the quest," and waking them up at like 4 in the morning.
I love that picture, like the confused dude with like a fucking like the picture. It's he's like getting up and he's like half awake.
Yeah.
the
How
quest.
long are we going to be waiting?
It's not very long. Tessa does
Okay.
wake up, but Viko's still sleeping. Cause
At some
yeah.
point, Lamine will be wanting to talk.
I would like
her.
to start her day with some coffee, tea, whatever
Tea.
she has,
Tea.
and not make it so that the first fucking word she hears when she wakes up is Tess. Hey Tessa.
Hey Tessa.
Goes back to
What?
So yeah, a not rude awakening is in order, and then
Yeah.
we'll talk about it.
Jeez.
Also, not least. Hey, can you tell us about these drugs?
About this
Maybe
drug. Where the fuck did you get
It's
that?
like the
Why
equivalent
did the
of
child
like
have it?
7 a.m. and Yasha's like, "Yo, we got some drugs."
Bro, we got
What?
some.
It's like half awake. What? What? Wait, what?
We
Where'd
got
you get
some.
drugs. What?
We got this dime bag of lemon lime cocaine here.
Yasha took some of it. Now he's bouncing off the walls. What is this shit?
Would Lamine basically want to talk to Mordor with Yasha, or like when Mordor kind of scampers off to do whatever the fuck he's going to do?
With Yasha is fine. She is not concerned about Yasha's presence.
Okay.
Especially
Before
if he's
Mordor
about
can
to
scamper off.
go do mordering things, she'll just get him while he's not busy.
He's
Which, I
always
guess-
busy.
What you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
Before-
do.
Which means Yasha can be here for this, but like I said, let me just okay.
Yeah.
Mordorin,
Huh? That's me.
earlier you inquired again about my flowers on my neck.
Mm-hmm.
You understand the significance of the red poppy, correct?
I do, yes.
Including myself, my immediate family consisted of 5 people. Other than my parents, 2 younger siblings. 4 people, 4 flowers. That is the significance.
Hmm. Oh, doesn't Mordor say any more about that? He's kind of just like, oh, I don't think Lamine wants to talk more about that.
He doesn't want to ever talk about this.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. I think Mordor would say, I want to know more, but
Not the specifics.
yes.
I don't think so. Not today.
That is fine. One day I would like to hear it.
I will make no promises.
Yeah, mom and dad, talk about the big shit right now.
Don't worry, I haven't forgot about you either. Because Mordor will say that he's curious about not only just Lamine, but just Yasha as well. But given the
They-
circumstances of everything.
Damn, they talking real deep. This is more awkward than when I hear them at night. I'm gonna go to my room.
Wait, no. I am curious.
I know you are. I suppose it's hard not to be. But it is not easily discussed, and there's a lot of baggage that comes along with it.
That is, well, I can
It is also
easily say that's fine for me, but, well, it's up to you.
It is also simply a tale I would rather no one ever know, if I'm honest.
Hmm.
But I can give you that much at least.
Mordrin does the big thing. Yeah,
Also,
I will roll.
As a reminder, because
Mhm.
I think it had been mentioned last session, the hellebore flowers on her arm have no significance.
Yeah, they're her favorite
they're not-
flower.
They have no significance. She just really likes the hellebore flower.
Yeah.
The red poppies
Okay.
do have significance.
Mordrin would be very hesitant to say this, but he does say if you would be willing to share a story that you would never want somebody to hear, he would be willing to tell you something that he never wants anybody to know either. Kind of like a trade.
Trades are fair. I will keep that in mind. Should my curiosity prove strong enough, or perhaps when I feel like you've deserved such a story.
Oh.
So to say at the moment.
Okay. He shall respect it.
She smiles at him.
Yay. He's a good boy. I cast detect thought. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Nice.
Jesus.
I'm kidding.
Damn.
I cast detect thoughts. Oh yeah, in a 9th spell slot.
I mean,
I know that
What-
doesn't do anything, but still, the principle of it.
she's pretty resistant to mind magics.
Yeah.
That's why you have to bust out the 9th level spell slot. Again, I know that doesn't do anything, but it's the thought that counts, literally.
No, he would not.
Detect
mean,
thoughts,
what-
like without the U, right?
What was detect
MTG.
thoughts of wisdom? Was it in wisdom or
It was
intelligence?
wisdom, so she'd be good at resisting those.
Her wisdom is a +10.
Yeah,
At the
she would need to roll a 4 and below, so he has less than a 25% chance of actually having it to work.
Yeah,
But not 0.
it is
True.
technically not 0, but I would. It's so funny to me thinking that if Lamine had based up, it's not blessed, based.
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 Her, like, that's another 1 to 4. She's basically only failing on the 1, which is funny to me.
Yeah.
Paladins are
Right.
hilarious.
Yeah, Mordor would not pry. Cause she does not pry, he will not pry. Oh. I just
Oh.
realized, since now that he has basically confirmation that she knows about flowers, he basically got the confirmation that she knew what those flowers that he painted for her meant.
Yes. I do not remember, but she would know.
Yeah.
Did I? Ow.
Did I even write it down? Probably do somewhere. Fuck.
We can figure that out later.
Yeah.
Some other time.
Later. But now
So
he
that-
has confirmation. And now to pat Yasha.
Yasha explodes into a shard of 1,000 spiders.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh,
I think maybe we burn this apartment down.
Jesus.
You know, if 1,000 spiders exploded, I have a feeling that even Tessa would be like, "Yeah, we're burning this apartment down." Takes out the
All right.
alchemist fire.
Ready's flamethrower. Oh, gonna need the bigger boot. Oh, I guess Lamine will actually be checking up on her, making sure the equipment that she left here it's all put together and maintained still. Upkeeping.
Keeping.
Her nice plate armor that she sadly cannot wear at the moment, or is choosing not to wear.
Yeah.
She misses her dress.
Oh. She's pretty in both.
She knows she is. She just likes her dress.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Alrighty.
Okay. Hey,
Huh?
Tessa.
Hey, Tessa. After
I
some time
I
passes,
feel like she's scarred for that. Just you'll occasionally just hear that,
she's
get
just used to
agitated,
it.
and then it's like, wait.
Hears him. I can still hear his voice.
She'll
Hey,
hear his
Tessa,
voice.
punches hole in the wall.
Tessa does emerge from her room, tired and still kind of waking up. But she.
Mina's on the couch reading.
Yep, she sees you guys and she's like, "Oh, hey guys, what are you doing back so soon?"
Yeah, well, we sort of obtained the few things.
Resting and ruminating.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise.
I see. Well, all right. What's new then?
What is it, you?
Yasha?
We got drugs. No, he's not gonna say it like that.
We have drugs.
But the
Uh,
table drinks.
he
It's
will,
just like,
however,
just when I
say,
thought you couldn't get any worse.
First you sleep around,
And
There
you
you
blow up half
go.
the city.
Oh, man.
and now you're doing drugs. You just like I don't even recognize you anymore, Luigi.
You underestimate my power.
Literally the worst kids on the block.
But
We really are the worst kids of the block.
I will.
Yeah,
Gosh,
we
it's
are.
like we were investigating some people who were part of the Tetsu Slayers program, and they say this stuff is apparently integral to their training. And he'll slip her the baggie of green cocaine.
It doesn't take her more than 2 seconds to instantly recognize it, and she instantly calls it by its name, Vermilion Glass.
Correct.
She's just like, "Oh, I haven't seen this stuff in a while."
Did they take it off the shelves? Or I
Well-
suppose they removed it.
A lot of things happened around that time that pretty much caused all the supply to just dry up and vanish. It was all being run by one mega company that was well, more or less run by an up and coming technocrat at that time. Well, we don't know what exactly happened, but we presume it was foul play by the technocrats. The man suddenly keeled over and died. His body kind of just up and vanished, and then his son just sold the whole everything. The mines where the stuff is mined out got closed off and destroyed, and well, supplies became finite, and after that it was gone. And
Just
then,
like that.
Yep. Right, not long afterwards, the remaining technocrats passed a law saying that it wouldn't, any future sales were prohibited, but it's not like
Oh,
anyone
that's-
was getting their hands on it.
Well, they say it says sales, but could be something else.
Yep. Bit of a redundancy, given that the stuff was no longer around and no longer accessible, but the technocrats seemed content with making sure and no one, if anyone happened to have gotten their hands on it, they weren't allowed to have it. Well, sales and, possessing it. You're technically not allowed to have the stuff, but it's not like anyone goes around, with it, because...
Hey man, I got this stuff.
Yeah. That being said, there were several variants of substitutes that were used in its time. However, a lot of them kind of, much in the same vein, kind of vanished almost as quickly as they cropped up. But this was also around the time of the Syndicate, and at that time, a lot of these companies and a lot of these groups that were like creating and selling these fake vermilion glass, or at least like these knockoff vermilion glass types, were oh shoot, hang on a sec. They were they were just as quickly like shut down. But it wasn't too much of a surprise, all things considered, since more than half of those like companies and groups that were making this stuff were backed by criminal organizations at the time. And many of them got stamped out by the Syndicate or by the Tetsu Guard. So they well, suffice it to say, between both the criminal force crushing every other crime group that was doing this stuff, and the Tetsu Guard just knocking them down like weeds, there really wasn't much of a market that kind of came back around for this stuff. So pretty much by the end of the Syndicate era, it was gone. Like there was no trace of it. You could still kind of find some folks that still have the knockoff stuff, and she kind of opens the bag and kind of looks at it, and she's like, "This is not the knockoff stuff. This is like the real vermilion glass."
Well, as we said, apparently this is integral to Slayer Force training.
That's very interesting.
I have a feeling there's more to it than just a miracle drug.
Well, you'll be right on that. A lot of what this thing was is that it's essentially a crushed up rock found along the northern coasts of Brosnov. The stuff that's extracted is an incredibly brittle green rock that comes out of the ocean stones, and well, they're usually crushed into these fine powders or left as little shards, almost like bits of broken glass. Incredibly brittle stuff, so it can't actually cut you, though. But
maybe that's how knew about it. Maybe that's how Lemmy knew about the glass, having lived up at the northern, well, I guess,
yep.
north of Bros.
That's more or less there were some mining groups that were out there, but they weren't around for a very long time, at least during your stay. Unless you were there for a fairly long time.
Lamine was there 25, 26 years?
Okay, so yeah, they would have been around.
She was she's been north of Brosnov longer than she's actually been in Belvedere. Despite being Belvedere at birth, she has actually not spent as much of her life in Belvedere itself.
Yeah. So you actually would have known like the mines when they were first actually put in there, and the operations of the mines. And you probably would have known about them shutting down too, which is how you probably caught wind of this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
So likely that's where you came across it. But yeah, the mines were shut down very, very suddenly, and they were, no one was allowed to use them anymore. They like buried the mines.
Ooh.
Like that's how shut down they shut it down.
Okay. Yeah.
After and this was in relation to Tessa's story. This was sometime after the technocrat who was running the business had died. Yeah. Well, the technocrat died. The son took over, and he pretty much said, "We're shutting down all systems," and then they basically just shut everything down and buried the mines. And then after that that whole thing was never really heard from again. That was the end of that story. But yeah, the stuff was super common in Brosnov though, and well, it was as you kind of surmised. Tessa kind of says it was basically a wonder drug. Everybody was using this stuff for a while. It was pretty much the fashion or the fad of it, and
Man.
you put it with you could use it with everything. It was incredibly potent because it had a magical nature to it. Imagine, if you will, it was almost as if it was like a placebo effect. However, its inherent magical nature made it even more effective, simply on the basis that, well, the person who took it would believe the effects would work, and its magical nature would ensure that those effects would work.
Hmm.
However, it did come with some side effects for some individuals.
I bet.
Would those side effects happen to be something along the lines of losing individuality, so to speak?
I suppose you could put it that way. Part of the effects of the drug is that it could be synthesized or put under certain circumstances. It would have an adverse effect and instead would function more like an extremely potent hallucinogen instead of an actual placebo effect. And its rather malleable and magical nature made it kind of dangerous for that reason. For a short while, people were figuring out all sorts of things to do with it, and even going as far as to even like create some interesting poisons with it.
Poisons, you say?
Yep. Well, it's like I said, it was potent. It was like a placebo effect. If ingested, if the user believed that they were poisoned, well, guess what? Suddenly it's a potent poison running through their veins.
I see where this is going. I see what your plan is.
I see it too.
Needless to say, much of the synthesizing was put under heavy regulation, so not too many cases of such instances were common. In fact, there were incredibly rare instances in which people were doing things with some of the unrefined substance. Once it's put into this powder-like form, however, it's fairly harmless. It's I suppose in a way it's been purposed for whatever purpose it's made.
What was it before then? Before it was powdered?
Powdered? Oh, it's kind of like it's almost like rock candy the way it looks.
That's more dangerous?
It is in its unrefined state. It can be synthesized because it's incredibly it can be mixed with other things to make those parts potent. So like, for example, let's say you mix this with like a very light poison, right? You lace this with a poison and you have someone ingest it, the poison becomes like 100 times more potent, essentially.
Right, because they're poisoned. They realize they've been poisoned. They know they're poisoned, and then the magic kicks in.
Yep.
But honestly, then it plays on their fears. The strength of the poison is how fearful they are of it.
To some degree, it can also be synthesized to the ideas of the to the person that creates the substance rather than the one who ingests it. That's the other take of it.
Bearing the wishes of the creator.
In a way. Although
so
this was a rather complex system. How the technocrat in question got a hold of being able to synthesize these things to function in such a manner is honestly a mystery that died with him.
Interesting.
Yep.
So you very well you can make these into brainwashing potions with enough effort.
Yeah, I suppose you could, given its hallucinogenic-like nature.
Hmm.
I think perhaps the secrets are not so lost anymore then.
Oh.
Must not be.
No, because at least for a case that we've seen, they seem to be trying to make a collective hive mind.
Hmm.
Or at
One
very least
thought.
in some manner. Or alter their state of mind or how they think.
I would work alongside the psych tests. They do the psych tests to find people who are susceptible and believe a certain thing a certain way. Maybe they're looking for people with lesser wills. You know,
Perhaps
someone who's not so defiant.
that it would make sense.
Well, that might be rather troubling. A Tetsu guard doesn't typically go with and use these sorts of things. They used to incorporate some of this stuff, but more so as a treatment for wounds. Not so much as, well, I guess combat drugs would be a more fitting name for this stuff. She says as she kind of like, in a rather abhorrent way, kind of dangles the bag and is like, yeah, you know.
But of course, do seem to be on a different level though.
This is also true. Well, I suppose that's what would make the difference between the guards and the slayers then. Although how their effects function on the field is a completely different matter. After all, this is all really just theoretical. At the end of the day, this could just be some powder that just, well, it just does what the user thinks it does, and they just sit there just believing they're just doing what the effect is. One of the other things about this stuff is that it was fairly inconsistent in its effects. It didn't always consistently have, you know, the desired effects, and that was to be expected. After all, a
Got
wonder
that.
drug like that isn't exactly perfect.
Interesting.
That could be why our new friend only made it most of the way through. Perhaps then.
Perhaps the drug didn't take to him as much as they thought it would, and that's why it didn't work out so well.
Hmm.
It was only a partial. He passed the psych test, but maybe his state of mind was correct, but the experiences he's experienced in life was the thing that anchored him to reality and kept him from going down that path. That's why he keeps talking about his buds.
Maybe. Well, I can't say for certain. Maybe if I have a look at this guy, I can come up with some better. I can get a better answer for you.
She could look at him, but
It's something we can do.
up
Yeah.
to her.
That combat drug comment really made me go back to that weird enhancement substance that I
Like,
encountered.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it was doing. Not meaning that I'm honestly yeah.
It could be a knockoff, but it was pretty similar.
It was
Yeah.
aggression heightened, like physicality.
Congratulations. I mean, you took drugs at some point.
I did
But it didn't
I
work
mean,
on you.
possibly.
Well, I guess it kind of worked on you, but it didn't
It
work.
worked a little, but
Well, it means not doing that again.
Yeah.
Nope.
granted, even if it was this stuff, it wouldn't work out fully because it's like Lumine was skeptic of it, like of how it might work, and I feel like that would kill the potency of the drug if that was really
Yeah.
if it was similar.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because she was more like, is this gonna work? Is this actually? It must just be energy drink. So, because
That-
she believed it was just an energy drink and nothing more, probably did nothing else.
Except Energizer.
Yeah, so
much.
that's an
It
explanation.
is drinking Gatorade.
So in that case, it would have fulfilled its purpose.
Man.
The crash wasn't pleasant, though.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
I mean, again, that could be also be attributed. It's the fake stuff.
Do you bring up the that experience with Tessa as well?
I think I would.
She kind of goes on the assumption as well that it's if it was something like Vermilion Glass, more than likely it was gonna be a knockoff or a substitute, because Vermilion Glass is like the original stuff is like it was after it went, it was gone, like gone. You couldn't find this stuff anywhere. The fact that she has this, like, the fact that you brought this stuff to her is like, wow, this is like finding, like, you know, a 1950s quarter. Like, you're not gonna find this very easily.
I would like to mention as well that it seems that he was being sent that glass.
Huh. By the Tetsu Slayers?
Correct.
That's very
Who else?
interesting. Well, they are
Skip.
backed by the Technocrats, so even if there
Ugh.
was, even if they did conclude all businesses, and after the original owner had died, and the sun had shut down all systems, likely whatever supplies was left, the Technocrats would have had the foresight to acquire it first before it went off the market. So, if I were to imagine anything, the Slayer Force would probably have whatever's the last of it. And not in a small quantity either.
I certainly hope that it's finite. I'm now worried that they might have started producing more of it.
I wouldn't put it past them.
I certainly do not recall hearing anything about mines being reopened up north, but I could have just found somewhere else to do it.
Well, the substance is fairly rare and not easily found anywhere outside of Brosnov's coast.
I'm also curious why they would send him in. Like, maybe it is... I don't know. It might not be anything, but... It might
The
be a
f-
why they
I have
send
a
it.
feeling whatever they did, and for whatever reason, they decided that sending them that is much less of a risk than if we were not to have that at all.
Well,
Yeah.
it is a wonder drug.
Yeah, I wonder about it being a drug. Ha ha.
I wonder if it's even worth mentioning. Ha!
Ha ha ha. We'll let the clown in.
The, Aoki had also brought up the, that Brugo's, like, he could get set off pretty easily, depending on circumstances.
Hmm.
Which, if
Never-
his aggression has been altered, that also makes me think of that energy drink.
Likely side effects from taking this stuff. They must have put
Yeah.
him under. Well, he must have been taking a lot of that stuff if he had very adverse effects.
Well, remember what as I said, they did say this was integral to their Slayer Force training, so I can only imagine how much they've been lacing their food and drink with this stuff to get them to this level.
Hmm.
I can't emphasize enough that the man is he's addled. He's gone, not himself anymore.
He is not in a good state right now.
No,
I
he
don't-
is not.
I'll be honest, I don't think he ever will be.
Yeah.
Sure, not without help, but I'm not sure what sort of foundation there are for help like that.
Maybe I should go and have a look at our friend then. Let me go talk and see this Bruno friend of yours. Cause that's
We
rather
don't talk
worrisome.
about-
Uh,
Yeah.
You guys have any other questions, by the way, or?
Mostly just if, just kind of like it. I'm more like if there's no other questions, Warder would be like, if you found anything about that one thing I like, gave you like 20 sessions ago, the hair.
tired brain has no more questions.
Other than that,
I slipped the tired brain a few taps of adrenaline.
Here, take this wonder drug.
oh god.
Um,
But yeah, if she got nothing, Morden's like, eh. Okay.
She's unfortunately not got anything so far, as you know. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything regarding that hair, that she can really trace it to.
That is fine.
Yeah. She says, like, if you want, I can head out right now with you guys, and we can go and meet this Brugo, and
Yeah.
see what we can do about that. As she does say this, Vico steps out of the room, or steps into the room with you guys, and Homeboy seems, well,
It's Vico.
it's Vico.
Michael.
Uncle Vico.
Uncle Vico.
Yeah.
And
What's up, Michael?
yep, Vico's just like, hey guys, and he's still is still walking, and even Tessa's just like, Vico, I thought you were tired. What are you doing? And he immediately just lunges in front of Tessa, and right in front of you guys, suddenly, like, out of your perception, there's a fucking, like, shade standing in front of Vico, like, almost about to lunge in front of Tessa. But Vico, like,
What?
is grabbing onto his hand. It's, and it's exactly as one of the people that, Vico described earlier. Just a dark shadow, heavily padded clothing person standing about 5 to 6 foot with a blade in one hand. Actually, this one's holding like a very short spear, kind of going for a thrust right at Tessa.
I was worried about the exact
Yeah.
thing,
And
damn it.
Vico literally just, without skipping a beat, steps right in front and grabs the dude's wrist. And
Like, oh
yeah.
hell no, you don't touch his woman. Like hell no.
And he's just like, nope. And yeah, it's the, aside from the fact that it's, you know, in the silhouette of an individual in very dark, like, cloth padded, like, clothing, a dark harness to go with it, and his, like, short spear in hand, he's basically just a silhouette. It's not quite like void, like, you know, like he's made of something. It's just, he's just covered head to toe in dark clothing that seems to be very non-reflective.
Yasha runs at the fucking thing to join in
Yep.
the fray.
Yeah.
Yasha, there is one right on top of you.
I swing at that invisible force immediately.
Yep. As you get up, immediately there is another one in there.
Yasha will call out the numbers.
Yep. And then immediately a third one like shows up. Quite literally, just sort of, he just appears, like as if you weren't able to perceive him up until this point. Guys, there's 3 of these fuckers in the room with you.
Yep,
Crack
and we're about to fucking murder them.
Yep.
Crack.
I'll engage
Later.
the motherfucker.
So y'all want to fight this out now, or do you want to put a pin on this and then we'll start next session with the fight? Because it is getting late.
I'd
I'm
rather
gonna go
pin.
with the second option because
I'd rather pin.
Cool. We'll put a cliffhanger on this. Yeah. Let's
I-
slay
I-
our forces here.
Cool.
We'll end this with a
really
line
hoping
of.
to have to table with the ghosts later on in the session. Well, we're tabled with ghosts.
Yep.
Great.
Oh, well, at least now we can
Oh.
figure out if we
Let-
can actually beat these
let's-
things.
Yeah, let's see if we can handle him or not.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
only-
The only thing that that'll kind of cap this off with is Vico saying, "I knew I didn't kill him."
Yeah.
Yep.
The silver lining.
Don't
of
worry,
this-
Vico. We will this time.
Yeah.
The silver lining for Lamine is the fact that she didn't really have any reason to take off her armor.
Hell yeah.
Because she was just like we weren't there for very long.
My victory in this is I don't need to see these people.
Oh yeah. Strangely
I-
enough, you were like your blind sense. I mean, unless you had to activate. I'm assuming
It's
that
not an activation.
it's not. It's just passive.
Yeah, I could just. But I mean, it's a very small range. To be fair,
Man.
it's like 10 feet. You literally have to be within. You would have to be within spear poking range. So honestly, if they actually got within spear poking range, that's when he might notice something. But it's still very short. It's not like
Yeah.
he can enter the room and be like, there's things in here. It's more like if something is too close to him, it's more like a sixth sense being like, there's something here.
Hmm.
Yep.
So it makes sense. I'm just saying that the blind fighting thing makes sense. It's like up to 10 feet, but since my 2 senses, he's not actively thinking that there's someone invisible.
He wasn't able to really notice them.
Notice
That's
it,
fair.
but at the same time, it's also safe to say they probably did not get within 5 feet of Yasha.
Yeah, probably
So-
not.
Because I like to argue that if they did get within 5 feet, blind sense probably would have been like, hold up. Because blind sight is just straight up if even if you can't, if there's a creature that's completely invisible, not even just a silhouette, if it's totally visible, you can see it just fine.
Yeah.
So I just say that he wasn't really focused on it, and none of them really got within 5 feet of Yasha.
Absolute silence as well from these guys.
Yeah, well, that's spooky. But now,
Yeah.
now that Yasha has been activated, that blind sense is going up to 10 feet, and
Yep.
he's just like, all right, fuckers.
The absolute spooking is gonna happen.
Yep.
But anyways, we're gonna conclude it here with
The
Yeah.
spooking is gonna happen.
next session being
time.
being that fight.
A fight.
Yep.
The fight.
Like I said, I did have something planned out for you guys
Yeah.
that was gonna involve combat. I was just hoping that we would
Kyron would come.
Yeah, I mean nah, it's fine. I honestly wasn't anticipating Kyron to show up.
Okay.
I was
Not
kind of
like
like, well, we will either do this, like either have it that you guys go and look for them, or they come for you.
Yeah.
But
Well, we had other things to do, but here they are.
there
Oh,
they
good.
are.
They sweet. They came to us. Nice.
Well,
Saves
maybe.
us- That saves us the trouble.
It does save you the trouble of looking for them, but at the same time, now they're here.
Now-
Yeah.
now
Eh,
gotta make sure they're dead.
it's fine.
We're gonna have to really twist the spear on their necks on this one, I think.
Yep. But anyways, horrifying, spooky soldiers have arrived. Yay!
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to the Slayer Force. You are now fighting some ghosts.
Oh,
Yep. Yeah, we are.
All right, we're gonna conclude it here for today. Did a good long stream for this. Thank you guys for checking in on the stream, and if you're watching the VOD, thanks for checking the VOD. Hope you guys have been enjoying this very long but also very fun campaign, and
Wait till next one we make it even longer.
oh god. Hopefully we'll get a lot more interesting shenanigans done.
Get a lot longer, boss.
Oh no. Like I said, I want to try and get out of Brosnov by like the mid 40s of
Nah,
the
let's get
session.
into Brosnov.
Yeah. Nah. Mid 2040s.
You get
Oh,
into
God.
Brosnov.
We need to get out of Brosnov. We need to get off the boat. All right. I'm gonna